Zara and Lorenzo. This is going to be a team effort. So if you have any comments or questions, the best way is to use the chat facility. Um, so we have about 25 participants. I expect most of you have the prerequisite that Zul mentioned, the basic Excel experience. Some of you may be well beyond that, in which case I'm still hoping you learned something new today. For those who need extra help, yeah, the course will be there. But if you're running behind a lot, I would stress on the fact that what's more important is to understand the concepts. Sometimes we get carried away with hands-on, just keeping up with the class and not really have the time to kind of understand what we're doing, why we're doing it. So I'm referring to what's called the concept learning. So sometimes you get a lot more out of observing. And then you have the files you can practice down the road if you wish. Okay, so when we said basic skills, I was referred to the spreadsheet interface, formatting, things like merge and center, basic functions, sum or auto sum, min, max, sort, filter. Those are all basic features which we're hoping you all have. I'm sure you do. Today, intermediate class, we will begin with briefly the customization of the interface. We'll review some basic formulas and add to it, and then we'll work on other functions or built-in formulas, such as the logical if, table lookup, some text functions, and we will also cover conditional formatting, as well, spark lines and flash fill. For those who are not familiar, those are really basic features, but we can review those as well. Inshallah, we will have an advanced class in the near future with emphasis on pivot tables. I saw a comment, somebody was looking for help with pivot tables. Well, that's not today. It will be next class, an advanced class, where we kind of cover that together with what if analysis. That's in the data tab. Things like goal seek, scenarios, and perhaps dashboards. So having said that, let's begin. I'm going to ask you to open a file called Excel Exercise Workbook.
Sir, you can share your screen now, so then.
Yes, just one moment. Are we good?
Yep, we can see.
Okay. All right. So just a quick look at the interface. Now I have the version 365, which is very similar to 2019. Some of you might have 2016 or 2013 or even 2010. Anything older than that may have some issues with what we are going to talk about, but I don't think anyone has anything older than that. But if you have even 2010, it's workable. The interface, the ribbon might look a little different than what you see on my screen, but it's just a matter of kind of navigating and finding the right buttons on the ribbon. Most of the features are similar in the same location. So if you look at the very bottom, the very top left where I'm pointing, okay, there is the save, undo, and redo buttons, 3 of them by default. You might have more if you have added. So that's part of customization. These are shortcuts. So for example, if you wanted to save, you could go File and then Save. Okay, you could do that. But it's not necessary. You have a built-in button, a shortcut where I'm pointing, and it says Save. Okay, so just one click and you're there. Undo, redo, we're very familiar. We've made friends with the undo. We need it all the time. So we can customize. What that means is we can add buttons that we need frequently to do our work faster. So I want you to click on the customize down arrow. Okay. And there are a few commands or buttons in a short list that you can add to the QAT, the Quick Access Toolbar, is what we're talking about with the save, undo, redo. So, for example, if you were to select Quick Print, and there it is, it shows up on the QAT, the Quick Access Toolbar. So what that means is if you wanted to print, you could go the long way. You would click File, Print, Print, 3 clicks. So instead, now you can just click once. So it's a shortcut. Now, of course, Quick Print will give you 1 copy. If you need 2 copies, then you might want to go the long way or do it twice. Okay. So you would choose which commands or buttons are useful to you and add them accordingly. How else can you add commands to the QAT? Basically, you would go to any tab, any command that you want.
We just started our separate session than yours. So,
Okay.
we bought our own license, I guess. So, but I think somebody is trying to log in.
I'm trying to get Zul to mute. Okay, so as I was saying, we can add to the QAT, and there's a short list of commands. Beyond that, any command you want, any tab, any command on the ribbon, you go to that tab. Okay, so as an example, go to the Data tab, Data, and suppose use Filter command a lot, Filter. Okay, any command, any tab, you right-click the command you wish to add to QAT, and when you right-click, the first option is Add to QAT. Okay, and you click, and there it is. We got filter there. Okay, so any command you wish, you can add to QAT. It would be a good idea to have 5 to 10 commands on the QAT. 20 or 50 would be too much. Okay, so that is kind of customization you can do. The other thing I wanted you to kind of keep in mind is not all commands, all features are visible on the tabs and the ribbon. There are some commands that are not on the ribbon. There are just too many commands, hundreds of them, they can't all fit. So some rare commands, at some point you might have to go to the options. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Go to the customize arrow, or you could go to file, and we're looking for options. In this case, more commands. So customize arrow, more commands, or the file tab and options. Click, and it says QAT, Quick Access Toolbar. Okay. On the right pane are all the commands, the buttons that are currently have been populated in the QAT. Okay. The last one we did was filters. Okay. Before that, quick print, and the default save, undo, redo. They're all there. So we can add or remove commands. For example, let's say we don't really use filter as much. Okay, we select that and then we remove. Okay, if it's clutter. Now, in the middle pane at the top, it says popular commands. Okay, click the arrow and select commands not in the ribbon. Okay. So there are quite a few commands that you won't find on the ribbon, so you have to come this way and add to the QAT in order to use those commands. As an example, we will scroll down, it's alphabetic. We will select camera command, camera. Okay, you might not have heard of it, or maybe you have, but it's just an example. We want to use this camera option, which is not going to be on the tabs, the ribbon. You have to add to QAT the way we are doing it now. Then you go to add, and there it is. Okay. Now, before we click OK, notice bottom right, there's a reset. Don't click there yet. We're going to click OK. Before that, you can work with the sequence of commands. So right now, camera is at the bottom. If you wish, you can resequence. So make sure camera is selected, and you can then promote or demote the up arrow or the down arrow to move commands around in sequence. I'm going to click it a couple of times. Okay, so now it's not the last command, it's the third last, if that's what you wish. Okay, and then let's click OK. So you should have the new command we just added now, camera. Okay. Now, if there's time later on, we'll go through an exercise where we see the use of camera. What is camera about? But we'll see if there's time in the afternoon. We'll come back to it. But basically, the idea is how do you customize? How do you add commands that are not in the ribbon? Okay. As well, you can customize the tabs. You know, you have the File tab, the Home tab, and so on. You can create one or more tabs, customization. The point is that you're trying to be efficient. So the commands that you use a lot, you can create a tab and one or more groups within the tab and move some commands that you use quite frequently, so you don't have to kind of slow down and think, now is filter in data tab or is it in formulas? It's just in your customized tab, and you just add some commands that you need, and you just go to that and find the features that you need. So to do that, let's go to the File tab, File, click. Okay. And Options at the bottom, Options. Okay. So this time we go to Customize Ribbon. Okay. On the right pane, you have all the tabs that are currently in view. All of them have check marks. Some of them don't, but most of them do. Okay. And we can, so you can see the different tabs, the Home tab, Insert tab, formulas, and so on are checked. So we know we have them in view, but we can create a new group, a new tab rather. To do that, we click New tab. Okay. Okay, we just click New tab. Then above in the right pane, it says New tab Custom. Okay. Let's rename that. Right click, New tab Custom, rename, and give it a name. You could use any name you wish, and you can create more than one tab. So for now, I'm just going to call this My tab. Okay. And there we have it, My tab. Now, you know, tabs have groups, and groups have the individual commands. So let's right click New Group Custom, rename, and give it a name. I'm just gonna, for now, call this My Group. So we've created a new tab. Within that only one group. We can create many tabs, and each tab can have many groups, but we're going to keep it simple. So these are empty containers. We can move commands from the middle pane into this My Group Custom. So what I want you to do at random at this point, so when you go back and do it for real, you will pick and choose. Just move 2 or 3 commands one at a time, add to this new group called My Group. Any 2 or 3 commands just to populate it so that you get an idea how it's going to look. Okay. Now we are going to click OK, but before we do that, there is a reset here as well. If at any time you need to go back to square one. Also, I wanted you to notice there is one tab called Developer. So this is on the side, okay? We're almost done with creating a new tab and a group with commands. But on the side, I wanted also to include at this point a point about the Developer tab. You'll notice for most of you, the box is not checked, okay? And that is because most people don't need that tab and the commands or the features contained inside the tab. So I wanted you to switch it on, click the box just to see what's inside that, okay? It's just a sort of a side thing that I wanted to mention. Okay, let's click OK. All right, so you will notice that tab, new tab, I called My Tab, shows up. I click on My Tab, and I see the one group, we could have had more, called My Group, with a few commands, okay? So you can have some commands shortcut in the QAT, the top left quick access toolbar, and or you can create tabs and move some commands in there just to be efficient, to move around faster and not be hunting for the commands that you need frequently or not. Okay. Okay. Bottom right, I'm sure you're familiar with the zoom feature. Very bottom right, just above the date and time. Okay. The zoom feature is similar to the one in Word and elsewhere. So if you click the plus, it zooms in. Okay, minus zooms out, or you can grab the zoom handle in the middle and drag it left or right. Okay, zoom in and out. The other way to do the same thing, go to the View tab at the top, zoom, and then choose your magnification. Okay, cancel. And the third way, the one I like best, is if you point in the middle of the screen, okay, and press and hold Control button down, and you move your mouse wheel forward or back, okay. So it's just some basics. Most of you already know this, I'm sure. The other thing I wanted to mention is, so we have this Excel file called Excel Exercise Workbook. So Excel files are called workbooks, and workbooks have one or more worksheets or pages. So if you look at the bottom, you see several worksheets. The first one is called Spark Lines, then conditional formatting, concat, and so on. So you can have many sheets, and you can click the plus sign to create new sheets. Okay. Now, normally you'll have maybe one or two sheets, but if once in a while you have a workbook with 20, 30, or 40 worksheets, you can of course navigate with the arrows at the bottom left, left and right arrows to go through to find your worksheet, or better, just point at those arrows at the bottom left, the left and right arrow, and just right click, it'll give you a pop-up. And then you can go faster and find what it is that you're looking for. Okay. Cancel. We won't close this file. We'll open another one. We might come back to this. Okay. So if you go File, Open, and this one is called, just one moment here. It's called Lesson 15, Practice Workbook. Okay, so you should be seeing a workbook with title Menu Order. Okay. So I would like you to click the cell D4 as a starting point. So we have some menu items, prices, quantity, and a sales tax of 5%. So your task is to calculate column D, E, and F, the amount column, sales tax column, and total column. So this is a review, but we're going to add to it. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to give it a shot, and I will do it from the beginning. And there are a couple of variations I wanted to point out. So go ahead. So a couple more minutes. Again, you are calculating the three columns: amount column, sales tax, and total. And there are a couple of ways to do this. If you're kind of stuck, you don't know how to do this or where to start or in between, not to worry. I'm going to do this from the beginning in a couple of minutes. Okay, I'm hoping some of you or most of you got this done. It is a review exercise, but there's a bit of learning here to do. So I'm at D4. It says amount. So amount, the first thing you decide is what is the formula going to look like. So obviously it's going to be price times quantity. So it's not a plus, it's not adding, it's multiplying. So we can't use auto sum, obviously. So we have to create our own formula. Okay, and we always start with the equal that tells Excel, here comes a formula. Okay, equal sign, symbol, and then price times quantity. So we don't hard code, we do not type 299 times 15 for obvious reasons. Well, the reason is that you might make a typo and don't realize it, or if the numbers change, they get corrected or updated, then you have to redo the formula. So you do not hard code, you just refer to the cell. In this case, it's B4 times C4. You can type B4 on the keyboard or just click, okay, on that cell. Times is the asterisk, quantity C4, okay. Now at this point, you probably pressed enter. Nothing wrong with that, but enter will, I'm gonna do that, and it gives you the calculated value and moves you down one. So now your active or current cell is below the cell you were at. But we want to go back to that cell in order to replicate the autofill. So I'm going to undo for a minute and do it again, equals that times that. So B4 times C4 as before. And this time I'm gonna go control enter. That keeps you in the same spot, just saves you a couple of seconds so you don't have to move back up again. And then we replicate. So we go to the bottom right corner, and the plus sign is we're looking for, not a thick cross, not 4 arrows, plus sign. And then you probably are used to click and drag down. You can also double click right there. You don't have to drag, okay? And that'll calculate for you. Okay, there's at the bottom, there's 0, 0, the total row. We'll come back to that later, okay? So this worked fine. What it is Excel knows, it's called relative reference. So when we did the first one, we provided the formula, it said equal B4 times C4. Then when we replicate, autofill, when you go down one, the B4, if you look in the formula bar, the B4 changes to B5, C4 changes to C5 correctly, and it's called relative reference. We got the source data in 2 columns in parallel. The next column, sales tax, is a bit of a twist. So sales tax is 5% of the amount. We're going to do it 2 or 3 different ways, and you will see the point. So again, it's a multiply, it's not auto sum. We go equals. Amount is D4 times. We can type 5%, okay? We can, but I'm going to go through a couple of variations to that. And then control enter, replicate, okay. And it looks like it worked. Okay. Anytime you want to check formulas, you can always go to the formula tab, okay, and then click on show formulas. If you go a bit to the right, okay, so it says D4 times 5%, D5 times 5%, D6 times 5%. So relative reference, it changed the D4 to D5, D6 correctly. I'm going to go back to the values. Now, nothing wrong with it, but in terms of best practice and flexibility, we need to not hard code. We should not, if possible, not hard code the 5%, because next week it might be 8%. I hope not, but in any case, it is possible. The point is, how can we make it more flexible? So instead of hard coding 5%, we are going to refer to the cell E4, and whatever the value is currently on the day you're calculating, take that value. It might be 5% today, it might be 8% next week. It recalculates automatically. That's what we want. So I'm going to undo, couple of times. Okay, let's start again. I'm at E4 equals as before D4 times. And this time I'm going to click, I'm not going to hard code, I'm going to click the cell E2, okay, and go Control Enter, replicate, and we get some errors, okay. So what happened? Well, let's take a look. Let's go to Show Formulas. Okay. And notice the D4 changed to D5, D6 correctly. We're looking at the column E, sales tax. And also E2, the 5% cell, changed to E3, E4, E5. That's just the default relative reference. We don't want that. We want to lock the E2, okay, make it absolute reference. So I'm sure you use the dollar technique to get this locked. So what we want to tell Excel is the second part, the E2, should remain E2 as we replicate down the column and not change to E3, E4, E5. We want to lock it. Okay, so how do you do that? Well, I'm going to undo a couple of times. Okay, so equals D4 times, and this time what we want in order to convey to Excel to lock that cell, to hold it constant, is we need the dollar symbol. So we need $E, $2. Okay, that is just a convention. It's nothing to do with money per se, but just a way of locking that cell. So I'm going to type $E, $2. Okay, there's a shortcut coming, but this is essentially what it is. Okay, Control Enter, replicate, and it simply worked. Show formulas, and there it is, D4 times E2, D5 times E2. Of course, the E2 has $, which locked it, and it worked. Okay. So there's a bit of a shortcut. If you're interested, I'm going to undo. With this $, business, there's a bit of a shortcut. So I'm going to do it again, equal D4 amount times. This time I'm not going to type on the keyboard $E, $2. I will just click the cell E2, and then I'm going to use the function keys on the keyboard, the top row, and it is the F4. So you need to press the function key on the keyboard and press F4, and it puts a $, around it for you. It's just a shortcut. Okay. Okay, total. So is this a plus, a minus, multiply, or divide? Well, the answer is a plus. It is amount plus sales tax. So auto sum is there. We can use that, or we can create our own formula. Let's do auto sum. So auto sum is in the home tab as well as in the formulas tab. Same auto sum, the E shape. In the formulas tab, it's on the top left. Home tab, it's on the top right. So we click that button. Before I do that, if you were to click the auto sum arrow, I'm sure you're familiar with the other quick formulas or functions like average, min, max, and count. So we just click the auto sum button. Okay, and what happened was Excel looked up first above, and there were no numbers. So it gave up, came back, and looked to the left, and it picked up all the numbers. Okay, it did not know any different. So basically what the range we want is D4 to E4, not B4. So one way to fix it is to go into the middle of the cell D4, click and drag through E4 to correct the formula, and Control Enter and replicate. We did not have to do the $, business because we're not referring directly, we are not referring to the 5% in E2. Indirectly we are, but that was fixed with the sales tax column. Okay. The total row, row 13, let's select all three cells, okay, D13 through F13. These are column totals, so there are totals. So auto sum, let's delete the zeros out, and we'll just do in one shot, we will do auto sum, and it's done. Okay. Okay, I hope the pace is okay. I hope it's not too slow, and I hope it's not too fast. Okay, you can make your comments in chat if you wish. That worked. There's another way to do this, okay, to do the absolute reference versus relative reference, and that is to use the name box. Name box is on the top left, to the left of the formula bar. So by default, the name box tells you your current location, your active cell, okay, by default. Okay, but there's another purpose. It's called a name box for a reason. You can name cells and you can name ranges, which can be quite useful in formulas and calculations, especially when your data is moving around. Even if the data shifts, it holds on to the content. The references are synchronized, so it works. So it's a good way to go. That's where we're going in order to calculate the sales tax. So I'm going to delete sales tax row, column, sorry, and total. So column, the numbers in column E and F, I'm just going to select and delete. Okay. And so we know now up front that the 5% E2, we need to lock it, and we're going to need $, and we know it works. We know how to do it. But the other way is to name that cell first, and you will see the difference it makes. So I'm going to click that cell, E2, which I know I have to make constant or lock it. Click E2, go to the name box, it says E2. Click, and we're going to give it a name. No spaces, okay? Underscores are okay. You can give it any name. So I'm going to type tax for name, tax, enter. So I'm still at E2, and the name box now says tax. No longer E2, it says tax. Okay. So now let's go to E4. Okay. Equals before D4 times. And we're just going to click E2. And when we do, it doesn't say E2, it says tax. Okay, so two good things happen when you name cells. One thing is makes it more readable, the formula. Tax is more readable than the cell E2, more descriptive. And there's another good thing that's going to happen. Now notice we have not done $, or the F4 shortcut. We have not. Control Enter, replicate, and it worked. So the second good thing that happened when we named that cell tax was it made it absolute already. Let's go to show formulas. And there it is, column E, D4 times tax, D5 times tax, and so on. And tax is that one cell we named, which was the E2 cell that said 5%. Okay. So that's another second way of doing it, using the name box. Two choices. If you come back for the advanced course, we will talk about a third way, that is using arrays. So arrays are powerful, but can be cumbersome, but there is another way as well. So you might say, well, I know one way, I don't need to know any more ways, which is fine. But at some point you might find it easier to use a second way or a third way. I'm going to switch off the show formulas. Okay. Now just to so if you have many names, you can always go to the name manager, okay, to find out which cells are named. So in the formulas tab, name manager, and we have only one name we created. It's called tax, and it says it's in the menu order worksheet, the cell E2, and notice there's a dollar around it. So when we named that cell, it made it absolute. It converted that to $E2. Okay, I wish I could hear you and see you. Hoping everything is good and you're learning something new. And there's a question. I don't see a name box. It is on the top left. Okay, there's the formula bar where I'm pointing with the FX, the formula bar, and to the left of it, it will give you the location of your active cell. When you point at that box underneath, there's a screen tip that says name box. Okay. Okay, we shall move on. Just one moment here.
Dad and mom, eyes 3 or 2 others. Dad and mom, eyes 3 or 2 others.
Sorry about that. Okay, so you can close that previous file, the menu order file, lesson 15, and open this one. Okay, and it's called if. Read the first 2 rows. Okay. Now, before we actually do this exercise, I'd like to go through a quick tour of the tabs. Okay. The Home tab, of course, is a tab you start with when you come into Excel. And it has all tabs, of course, have the ribbon below. And the ribbon has groups, and the groups have commands. So the Home tab, the first group is a group and has failure, cut, and paste commands. The second group in the Home tab is the font group. Again, you're familiar with all those bold and italics and fill color. The third tab is alignment. I mentioned merge and center. It's a kind of a neat feature. Rep text and so on. And I'm assuming you're all familiar with it. If not, you can always look it up. And then the number format, the number group, I'm sorry. So that is the Home tab, and we're quite comfortable, I'm sure, including the top right, there's the auto sum. Okay. Going to the next tab, insert. Okay. The main thing here for now would be charts. We're not going to do charts today. It's probably level 1, but we will. If you're not familiar, might want to know what are spark lines. Those are mini charts, okay, to indicate trend of your data over time. Okay. If you look at the first button, top left, pivot table, that is advanced. Next course, we'll talk about pivot tables. And then there's, like in Word, there are a lot of things you can insert, objects like pictures, shapes, and so on, and smart art. Okay. Next tab, page layout. So we're just doing a tour, a quick tour of the tabs. Page layout, the first one, the group is themes, and then the next one, page setup, things like margins. I'm sure you're familiar with this, as in Word, there's normal, wide, narrow. Orientation is portrait, just like in Word. But sometimes it makes sense in Excel to landscape. When you have many columns, you can print out more columns on a page. Size, this depends on your printer. So most of us have a kind of a letter size printer at home, probably one-sided, black and white. But at the office, you might have many other printers in different sizes. Print area. So by default, when you go print, it'll print the current worksheet. You could ask for the whole workbook, all the sheets, or you could ask for just part of the worksheet, in which case you first select the part that you want. Suppose you just want to print this, okay, what I've just selected, that is all you want to print. Then you go print area, you would set it, okay, and then print that. So we won't go through everything here, but it's pretty basic. Formulas tab. Formulas. This is the Power of Excel. It's fully loaded with built-in formulas known as functions. We have the auto sum here. Okay. And if you go to financial, so functions have names, one word, and they are organized in alphabetic order. So as an example, if you click financial like I did.
Oh no, they've started. What?
Okay. Okay, so as an example, financial category functions. I want you to point, don't click, just point at PMT and read the screen tip. PMT. Don't click, just read. Okay. So that is an example of calculating your car loan or your mortgage. If you know the rate the bank is going to give you and the term, 3 years, 5 years, 25 years, and the value, the amount, then you can calculate your monthly payment. That's an example of a financial function. Next one, logical. The main one here is the if. Okay, if. Also known as if, then, else. So point and read the screen tip. So for example, if province is Alberta, if that's true, then the tax is 5%. Else, if province is BC, then tax is, I'm guessing, 12%. So if, then, else. We're going to work with this function shortly. Then there are some text functions. Okay, so for those who might not be with me at this point, while the workbook we're working on is called if, IF. Okay. Text functions, we're going to work with this as well. There's one called concat. Okay. Now in earlier versions like 2013, it's called concatenate, the full word. It's abbreviated concat, which means to join. So if you point and read the screen tip, it's to join pieces of information, different cells into one cell. So for example, if you have first names in column A, last names in column B, in column C, you want first name, space, last name. So you're doing a concat. And we are going to do that. Date and time. So you can calculate using date and time. Lots of different functions. For example, if you scroll down, there's one called today. Okay, so don't click, just point. That will give you what's called a dynamic date. So today, it'll give you today's date, which is the 20th. If you open this, if you use this function and open it tomorrow, it'll say 21st. So it's a dynamic date. So you can do calculations. For example, if you are in accounts receivables and you have some invoices that are not yet paid, you want to determine how many days past overdue they are, you would say equals today minus due date or date of sale, okay? And it'll give you the number of days and so on. So pretty useful if you're in that kind of work. Lookup and reference. So I would say if is the most common and important function. And secondly, the lookup. If you scroll down, point and read VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP. So this is a table lookup. We are going to do this. So in the previous example where I said if province is Alberta, tax is 5%, else if it's BC, then it's 12%. But if you had 12 or 13 provinces and territories, you can create an if statement or question with 10, 11, 12 ifs inside one statement. It works with complicated. Better idea is to create a table of provinces and tax rates, and then you would look up. You would go and look into the table and find out what's the tax rate for the province or territory you're working with. Okay. So there are other functions as well, but we'll move on for now. Now we are still in the formulas tab. Toward the top right on the ribbon, there are some formula auditing tools. Okay, we probably will discuss some of that in the advanced course. So if you have a complicated formula and it seems not to be working, we can break it down. We can step in, step out, and check where is the problem that's not working. And also we can do some error checking in this group of commands. Okay. Next tab, data. Data. Or is it data? Okay, same thing, tomato. So data tab. The sort and filter is there in the ribbon, the middle of the ribbon. Sort, filter, okay. Okay. There's a command called text to columns. Text to columns. Point and read the screen tip. If there's time, we'll go through this. Yeah, so this is the opposite of concat. Remember in the text function joining, this is splitting. So if one cell in one column, you have first name, space, last name, you have to split it up into separate columns. That is text to columns. So hopefully we'll get there. I mentioned flash fill. I'm sure most of you are familiar, but if not, it's really a wow feature that came out in 2013. And often I find advanced users have never used it, so they might not know about it. So it's a good thing to kind of quickly point out. Likewise, I mentioned spark lines. They were new in 2010. That's in the data tab in the data tools. There's also consolidate command in the data tools group. Consolidate, for example, if you have 3 different locations, you might want to create 3 worksheets or pages of employee data, for example, and salaries, and then you combine or add across the 3D calculation. It's called consolidate. Is how you would do it. Okay. Removing duplicates. Often we get data probably from a database or several sources, and there's a lot of duplication. You don't have to delete them manually. You can use this command to remove duplicates. Hopefully we'll do that this afternoon. So I mentioned in the advanced course, not today, what if analysis. If you point and read the screen tape, point and read, what if? And if you click what if, point and read, goal seek, goal seek. So this is kind of forecasting, good for budgeting. As an example, if currently you're making $50,000 profit, you're selling something, price times quantity, 50,000 profit, bottom line, and your target is to make 100,000, then you're seeking a goal, which is to increase that profit to 100,000. And you can do trial and error. It's a simple example, but Excel will do it for you. It'll say, okay, you need a certain price, a higher price to achieve that goal, or you can increase the quantity. So it's a simple example. So not today though. The file tab, the first one, top left, okay. We are familiar with open, close, save, print, and so on. And there are other features as well. For example, I'm not sure if you have it in your version. There's the export. It might be called something different. You can change the file type from Excel file type .xlsx to a PDF. I'm sure we're all familiar with PDF. Okay, share. Okay, I clicked on share. I'm not sure if all the versions have that. You can actually email your document, your workbook right from here. You don't have to go open your Outlook, for example, email, new email window, and then attach this file. It's already attached for you. And then, of course, we talked about the file and the options at the bottom. So that was a quick tour. Let's come back to this exercise, the if workbook. And it says, basically, we have a number of total assets in green and total liabilities in red. And for those who may have an issue with colors, I'm talking about the cell C11 is total assets in green. And at the bottom, in red, it is the cell C26. So, you know, in accounting, I guess we need to balance things. And the point here is, are we balanced? Is the number total assets equal to total liabilities? If so, then in the cell C3, the yellow one, say yes. If not, say no. So it's a simple if, then else. If the two numbers are equal, if that's true, then say yes. Else, so if not true, then say no. Okay. So let's make sure we are at C3, where that's where we want the result. Okay. And then the formulas tab, formulas, logical, click, if, click, and you get a dialog. Now keep an eye on the formula bar. Okay, when we clicked logical if, it put the equal for us in the formula bar, and the function, the keyword if. Okay, and then there's open bracket, close bracket in the formula bar. So basically, we're going to fill in those three boxes in this dialog, and you keep an eye on the formula bar. It will create the formula in the formula bar as we input into this dialogue. So the test, what is the test? Well, we just said that the test is our assets equal to liabilities? So we click the total assets cell, which is C11, equals total liabilities, C26. We don't put a question mark, but it is a question. Okay, are those two cells equal? The next one, the box that says value if true.
Sana? Ano?
So if it's true, what do we need?
Oh yeah, but I started this thing, Excel.
Somebody needs to mute. If it's true, what is the result we need? What should C3 say? What's the word? Yes. Yes, they are in balance. Else, if it's not true, if they're not equal, then we need the word no. Okay. Now, notice before we continue, we typed yes and it put double quotes around it. Okay. It recognized, Excel recognized that yes is text, not a number, and it puts double quotes for you. And no as well, once we are done, it will put double quotes around it. So within this dialogue and the different dialogues coming up, you don't necessarily need the double quotes to specify text. But if you're doing, creating a formula, starting with the equal, if there's text, you do need to put double quotes around it. Okay. Let's go, okay. And the result, yes, it is true. They are in balance. Okay, let's and keep an eye in the formula bar. The formula is the equal if, and within the brackets, okay, there are three parameters or items separated by 2 commas. Okay, so the first parameter was the test, C11 equal C26. Then a comma to separate and go to the second parameter, and that was a second box where he said yes, and then another comma and a no, okay, and close bracket. Okay, so this is sort of the format of functions that we're going to be looking at. So we can test it. Let's. What I'd like you to do is click any cell in column C, any numeric cell in column C, but not the yellow, green, or red. Any individual number, any at all, click and change the number and press enter and see if it's working. It should say no. Just change one number. They won't be in balance anymore. Okay, I think we're doing okay. It's going good. Let us know any comments or questions on the chat. We shall take a short coffee break, 10 minutes, and we'll continue with another example of the if and then on to the table lookup. If you have any comments, suggestions, please feel free, use the chat. I will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. We are back. We'll have another break, a lunch break, half hour, in about an hour and a quarter. Okay, I'd like you to open a file called MW, and please listen carefully. Do not click at the top where it says Enable Content, the button at the top of this file, MW. When you open it, at the top, it says Enable Content. Do not click on it. We don't need to enable, otherwise it'll slow us down, because there are a lot of built-in macros. Okay, so we shall continue with the if function. We did a simple example. Let's go deeper. Click the cell F14. Okay. Read row 11 in red. If actual is greater than or equal to target, then status is okay, else not okay. So we are at F14 for Bob. Target was 150, actual 120. So should that be the result we expect there? Is it okay or not okay? And the answer is it is not okay, because actual is not greater than target, therefore it's not okay. All right. Whereas Jan, target 150, actual 200, status is okay because the actual is over the target, more than target. So I think you get the point. We are at F14. And we go to Formulas tab. Formulas. Logical. If. Okay. I see a comment, if you don't click on enable content, then everything's grayed out. You can't work with it. I haven't seen that before. If you have to, then you click, but it's going to slow you down. As you will see, when you click OK in a dialog, it will go through a couple other steps. You just have to keep on pressing enter.
Mukesh, there is another button that comes up before this enable content. It's enable editing.
Okay, so.
And that's what it is, because I had the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you heard that, class, if you see that button, enable editing, that is the one to click. not enable content. Okay.
If anybody is missing the file, I just sent a file in the chat room, this MW file, so you can download there in chat room.
So we'll wait a minute or two for everyone to catch up if you don't have the file. It's the MW, and Zul has uploaded it to chat. So you need to download and open it. I'll give you a minute or two to catch up. Okay, let's carry on. For those who just open the file, we click on the cell F14. It's asking for status, which will be either okay or not okay. If you read row 11 in red, it has the criteria. So for Bob, actual is less than target, so the status should say not okay, whereas Jan is over the target, exceeding the target, and it should say okay. So we are at F14. We go to formulas, logical, if. Okay. And the test is actual more than equal to target. That is the test. So we click the actual cell for in row 14 for Bob, which is E14. Then on the keyboard, the arrow head pointing to the right, which needs a shift and the period key. So greater than, equal to, target. Target, we click the cell D14. Okay, so it's actual, greater than or equal to D14 target. If it's true, it is okay. The status is okay. So we type the word okay. Again, we don't need to put the text in double quotes inside this dialog, but outside this dialog, you may need to use double quotes. Value if false, not okay. Okay, so before we click OK, the button, look at the formula bar. So again, you see the format, how this function is working. All functions are similar in the sense that you need the equal, which we got when we clicked the logical if. And then open bracket. At the end, you're going to close bracket. And then 3 parameters in between, separated by 2 commas. So the first parameter is the test. The second one is value of true. And the last one is value of false. Okay. And where I'm pointing, it says okay. If you can see where I'm pointing, it says okay. So that's a preview. It's saying if you click OK, the button, the result in this cell where we are, the current cell F14, will say okay. Okay. So is that correct? So I made an error. I apologize. I clicked the wrong cell for E13. It should be E14. Sorry. So keep in the same lane. We are in row 14. We are at F14. So the test should say E14. I kind of clicked on 13. So the test should say E14 greater than equal to D14. So now the preview that I was talking about, where I'm pointing, it says note okay. It's a preview saying if you click the button okay, that is the result you will get. So it sort of tells in advance whether you're on the right track or not. And Let's go ahead, click OK. And then we replicate, go to the bottom right corner, plus sign, double click, and it's done. Okay. So yes, we can. I'm looking at the chat message. We can structure it the other way. So click the cell F14, and suppose you wanted to review your dialogue, those three boxes, or if you had an error, you look at it again. Once you've done it once, you don't have to go to logical if like we did to begin with. You just click the first button, top left, on the ribbon that says FX, insert function. Click that, go ahead, and that'll bring back the dialogue, okay? If you need to correct it or review it. Now we could have structured it differently. We could have said D14 less than, the test could have been D14 less than E14. Yeah. And in that case, or we could have said, well, there are different logical ways of doing this. It is a matter of logic. So you can structure it in either direction. You can go, is this more than that, or is that less than this? And the appropriate response, if true, which one is it, and if false, which one? I hope that kind of made sense. We'll just cancel, and let's scroll down. We're doing sample 2, the exercise, sample 2, scroll down. We're at G24. Read row 21 in red, the criteria. So we're talking about, in row 24, we're talking about the model Super 6. And we want to know what the delivery charge is going to be. Is it going to be 0 or 14? And the criteria is, if the total weight is greater than or equal to 1,000, then it is 14, otherwise 0. So for Super 6, the weight is 400, which is less than 1,000. And you might say, well, then the answer is 0, delivery charge, 0. But it's a bit of a twist because we're talking about total weight. So total weight is weight times quantity, which is 400 times 3, which is 1,200. And that is greater than 1,000. So the delivery charge, the result we need or expect is 14. Whereas Super 7, the next row, weight is 600, quantity 1. So that is 600 times 1 is 600, which is less than 1,000. Therefore, the delivery charge should be 0, and so on. So make sure we are at G24. Yeah, formulas, logical if. Okay. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to try this out. Okay. So the test, the first box, that is in row 11, is total weight greater than equal to 1,000. And if true, 14, else 0. So give it a shot. I will do it in 2 minutes. Okay, I'm going to do this. So the test, it says total weight. So I click the weight cell, D24, times quantity, E24. Now I can use brackets, which generally is a good idea, but since this is a very simple calculation with only one operator, the multiply, I'm just gonna not bother. Greater than, equal to 1,000. Obviously, we don't use a comma in the 1,000 or any other text like kg. Value of true, 14. No dollar symbol. That is part of formatting later. And it false 0. So the preview tells us where we are with Super 6. The result is going to be 14, the delivery charge, which makes sense. We go OK, replicate, and it's done. Okay, so I think you're beginning to, for those who are new to this, beginning to get the hang of it. I wanted to go up and do the first one a different way before we continue. So I'd like you to go to F14, back to sample one we just did, and delete those 4 cells in column F. So F14 through F17. It is correct. I just wanted to show you a different way. Delete on the keyboard. And now we are at F14, it's blank, and let's do it another way. So the way we did it first was the dialogue way, which is a good way to learn. But often you'll find people, once they know how this works, dive straight into creating their own formula. So either way is good. I just wanted to show you this other way. So it is a formula. We start with equal. Okay. And we know we're going to need if, so we type if. And you get a drop-down list of all the functions which start with the letters if. The one we need is the first one, if. We double-click, that's the one in blue. We double-click that, and it puts an open bracket for us. And in bold, so below where we are, there's a screen tip in bold. It says logical test. So what it's saying is that you need to, at this point, provide the test, which is, we click the actual cell, E14. Is it greater than, equal to D14? Same as we did inside the dialog box, the test. Okay. Now, before we go to the next box or the next parameter, the value of true, we need a comma to separate parameters. And you will notice below the screen tip now jumped to value of true. So the parameter value of true is in bold, and it's asking what if the value is true, what is the result going to be? And we say, okay. Now, in this case, we do need double quotes, otherwise it will probably bounce back. Within double quote, in the dialog box, we don't need it. Here, I believe we do. And a comma. And lastly, you'll see in bold below, it says, what if the value is false? Again, within double quotes, not okay. And double quote. And finally, when you open a bracket, you have to close it, close bracket. And go Control Enter and replicate. The formula is the same. The technique is different. You can let me know in chat which one you think you prefer. I'd be curious. So to carry on, we're going to sample 3. Scroll down, sample 3. Okay. So this is going to be a date calculation. Remember we saw some date functions in that category. Okay. So before we do this particular exercise, sample 3, let's do a date calculation by itself. So this sample 3 will require date calculation within an if function. Okay. Let's just do date calculation by itself on the side. So on the right, click somewhere on the right. Okay. Anywhere on the right, just click. And so we're not right now talking about the if function. We're just doing a simple date calculation. And the question is, how many days to Christmas? Okay. How many days to Christmas? Well, we need to type the Christmas date. Let's do it. December. Now the format is important, otherwise it may not recognize it as a date. And you can use different formats. The one I'm using is December, the whole word, space 25, comma, and then a space. If you don't have a space after the comma, it may not work. 2020. So I've typed December, the whole word, space 25, comma, space 2020. Press enter. It changed the format to a default date format, but that's okay. It accepted it as a date. That is the important thing. Okay. Then what? How many days to Christmas? Well, we need today's date. Now we could, but we won't. We could type today's date being September space 20, comma, space 2020. We could do that. It will work today. But if we save this and open it tomorrow, we hard-code it today's date, it will not change the result tomorrow. It will not decrease by 1 day because we hard-code it. So we need a dynamic date. And that is, we saw it earlier. We go to Formulas tab, date and time. Okay. And today, just point first and read. Again, today, we saw it before. It's the current date, or like today's date. It's called a dynamic date. We click that. Okay. And it's just giving us a heads up. What it's trying to say is that it does not require any parameters because there's no argument literally about what is today, the date today. We just click OK. And it used a different format, which is fine too. Press enter. So go ahead, calculate how many days to Christmas. How do you do that? It's a simple formula. Give you a minute. All right. So it's a calculation. We are subtracting. So we can't use AutoSum. We have to create our own formula starting with the equal. And then we click the Christmas date minus the today date, enter. And the answer is 96. So that was just to demonstrate a simple example with date calculation. Let's go to sample 3. Click the cell G35. Read criteria requirement in row 31 in red. So we are in row 35, order number 45. The date paid, September 30th, and invoice date, September 15. So did it get paid within 30 days? The answer is yes. Well, then the credit they get is 10%. Okay, so 10% of what? 10% of the invoice amount.
Invoice amount.
Yes, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 10% would be 1, 2.
123.
Very good. That's the answer. Okay. So again, I'll give you a couple of minutes. So we go formulas, logical if, and try it. I will do it in 2 to 3 minutes. If you got it, can you tell me in chat? Okay, I see at least one person got it. Another minute or so. Anyone else got it? Good. A couple more. Got it. So if your formula is incorrect, you know, you have to click the first button on the ribbon top left that says FX, insert function, to bring back the dialog boxes. Okay, I will go through this one. Okay, so test. Was it paid within 30 days? So we click the date paid cell F35 minus invoice date E35. Was that less than equal to 30? F35 minus E35 less than equal to 30. If it's true, then we need, they get 10% of the invoice amount. So we can go invoice amount div 35 times 10%. Or you can type 0.1 as a decimal, same thing. You can see on the right, it says 123.4 is showing us that is going to be the right answer. But generally speaking, if it's not true, it was not paid within 30 days, you get 0. And we go okay, and we replicate. So there was no need for absolute reference in this example. There could have been, but wasn't required. Because we don't have, if you remember in that sales tax 5%, it was, the sales tax was parked in one cell, the E2 cell, if you remember, 5%. And we had to lock it. But in this case here, we have the source of input data in parallel, in columns. It's not as if there is one number that's parked in one cell, and we need to lock it to make it constant.
Lois, just a quick question. So earlier you showed us the example of the calculation from the Christmas date to today's date, and we did that on the side.
Yes.
So how come for G35 we just clicked in E35 and F35 as opposed to doing calculations on the side?
Okay, so I'm sorry if that was confusing. I did mention that that Christmas date is just an example. There's no connection with that data, that calculation with the sample 3 10% credit example. There's nothing to do with it. We just did a simple date calculation. There was no connection between the two examples. So that Christmas date was to show how you can do date calculation. That was all there was to it. So then we said, forget about that. Let's do this sample 3 and look at the criteria requirement in row 31 in red. And then all we need to do is compare the difference between the dates. Date paid minus invoice date. Is that going to be less than 30 or not? And if it is less, then they get credit 10%. That making sense?
Yeah, I think I just kind of automatically followed that, and so I did the September 15th and the September 30th on the side as well, but now I see that I probably could have just...
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, you can do it that way and it'll probably work, but it's a long way and
yeah, it
it's
is a longer
not,
way.
yeah, not necessary to do that. We just do it in one formula and not have to do a intermediate step.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good question, thank you. One thing I also wanted to mention is if you start in a formula, whether it's inside the dialog or you type inside the cell with the equal, and you start the formula and then halfway through it's not correct, you need to correct something or start from fresh, all you have to do is go escape on the keyboard. That'll let you out of the formula so that you don't have to struggle with it trying to correct it, to start from scratch, go escape and then start again. We'll scroll down to sample 4. Okay, read. So let's click the cell G48. G48, delivery charge. Again, we need delivery charge, but this time, so before we had one question, like for example, is total weight greater than 1,000? Or for example, is the delivery within 30 days? One question. Here we have two questions, the total weight and distance, two questions. So you will see this will require two ifs. So where we're going with this is called nested ifs, or an if within an if. Two questions, two ifs. We had three questions. For example, total weight greater than 1,000, or distance greater than 10, or color is red. Well, there are three questions. Then you get three ifs. Okay. There are other ways to do it, but if you use the if, they need three of them, one per question. So here we are at G48. We read row 44, there are two questions, we'll have two ifs, you will see. So what would the answer be anyway, if you just visually calculate? Total weight, it says if weight, actually it's supposed to be total weight, sorry. So the criteria, if total weight is greater than 1,000 or distance greater than equal to 10, then they get charged $14, otherwise zero. So at G48 for Super 6, the total weight is 400 times 3 is 1,200. So that is greater than 1,000. Okay. However, the distance is not greater than 10. Would the charge be 14 or 0? And the answer is 14, because it says either one, it has an or. So we're kind of talking about the logic. This or that, right? There's the or in the requirement. If it said and, then the charge would be 0. Then both have to be correct or true. I hope it's not too confusing. This is a kind of a bit tricky, challenging part of this for today, the nested ifs. So let's go and give it a shot. So in this case, the answer should be 14, because at least one of the two criteria is true. And therefore it's done, it's $14. Whereas if you look at Super 7, next row down, neither one of the criteria over the limit, total weight is not greater than 1,000, and neither is distance greater than 10. Therefore, the result in G49 for Super 7 would be 0. Okay. I'm sure some of you already have done this before, and it's not a problem, and you can carry on and redo and do this one. But I'm going to go into a sort of a flow chart to kind of visually see how that is going to be working logically. So just watch my screen for now. Okay. So the first test, the question is total weight greater than 1,000. So in that dialogue, think of the dialogue, those three boxes that we are getting used to seeing, right? The first dialogue, that first box was the test. So we'll type the first test in the first box. That's test number 1. Total weight, which means weight times quantity greater than equal to 1,000. Okay, in the first box. Then, if it's the second box, value of true, we land on the second box in the dialogue, which has 3 boxes. The second box will say 14. Okay, because if one condition is true, we don't need to worry about the second condition because it's an or. as soon as one or the other or both are over limit, you get charged $14. So the second box is going to be $14. And then if it's false, if total weight is not greater than 1,000, we end up here, the third box. Okay, this is your third box. And this whole test, if true, if false, is going to be in that third box. We're going to type the word if, the function, open the bracket, and type the 3 parameters and close the bracket. The 3 parameters this time, the test will be for distance. Is distance greater than 10, comma, if it's true, yes, 14, comma, if false, 0, close the bracket. Okay. We don't have a third question, so we won't go there, but you can go down the flow, the chart, and logically create your formula. So basically the third box, we'll have the second question. If there's more than 2 questions, all the questions, the second, third, or fourth will all go in the third box. Sorry, I'm just getting my bearings here. Okay, are you seeing my screen? It's a bit of a glitch here. Are you seeing the same document we're working on? It's sample 4.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right, here we go. We are at G48. Okay, and we go formulas, logical if. Okay. So as we just saw in the PowerPoint slide, the first box in the dialog, logical test, we cannot ask 2 questions in one logical test box simultaneously. We have to break it up. So we'll ask the first question in the first box, logical test, and that is to do with total weight. C48 times
G48, right?
weight times quantity. C48 times D48. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Greater than, equal to 1,000. That's your first question, the first test. Any questions so far? You can unmute and tell me, or you can type text on chat. Value if true. So if indeed total weight is over 1,000, it's a given regardless of distance. It is going to be $14 regardless, because it says this or that. As soon as one or the other is over limit, it's done deal, $14 is the charge. Okay. Now, when we go to the third box, value if false, we cannot say 0 at this point. Now we have to check the second criteria, second question, distance. Okay. And to do that, we type the function if, and keep an eye in the formula bar, you'll see the second if showing up. And as you know, as soon as we type name of a function, any function, most functions, you usually open the brackets. So you have to type that yourself. So in the third box, I've typed if, open bracket. And then the three parameters. The first one is a test, this time for distance. So we click that cell for distance is F48, greater than, equal to 10. So that's the first box, okay, for the second question. And then what? Comma. We have three parameters, so you separate the parameters by comma. You have to type it yourself and keep an eye on the formula bar, how it's developing. Then, so after the first comma, value of true. So where we are right now is
14.
Correct, absolutely 14. So where we are right now is the fact that we are in the false box, which means the total weight was not over 1,000, wasn't. But the distance is over 10. So then, as long as one or the other is over limit or both, it's $14, that's it. So we type 14 and then?
0.
Comma
0.
Comma 0, you got it. And then one more.
Bracket closed.
Close the bracket. When you open a bracket, you close the bracket. And you'll see in the formula bar, you have two closed brackets at the end. One we closed, and the other one came when we clicked. It was sort of controlled by the dialog to start with. So any questions so far? It is a bit tricky, it needs a bit of thinking. And if we had time, I would ask you to do this again and change the word or in the criteria to an and, which will give you a different result. So let's go ahead, click OK, and replicate and check.
So I have a question. When we are using this formula in the value if false, how does it identify whether it's an or function or an and function?
Okay, hold on. I'll just bring this up. So the way it is set up, it is an or. If it was an and, it would be. I have to go back to the PowerPoint. Hold on. Okay, are you seeing my slide, PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's again repeat what we talked about with the or. Okay, the first test is this weight times quantity. Is it over 1,000? Okay, then if it's true, that's a second box. Okay, now at this point, if it's an or, what that means is that as soon as one criteria, and it could be 2, 3, or 4 criteria or questions, as soon as one is true, we don't need to ask the second question. If it's true, the first one or the second one, at that point we say it's a done deal. So in the second box,
Yes.
with the or, in the second box we type 14, and then if it's false, okay, we can't say 0 yet. We have to ask the second question. Okay, and then we finished that exercise and we got the result. Now let's switch. Let's say the or was an and. Okay, what does that mean? Well, it means both the criteria have to be over limit, not just one. So let's do it again at the top. Okay, we would in the first box, the first test as before, weight times quantity. Is it over 1,000? Okay. Now,
Yes.
before going to true, I'm going to go to false. Okay. I'm going to come back to true, but I'm going to go to false. So if the total weight is not over 1,000, this is where we land. Does that make sense? Yeah. So
So you're saying you have to put the false first when we are doing the AND function?
no, I'm not saying that. Let's go to the true. Let's go to true.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just continue in the same flow. So the
Mhm.
second box, what do we have here? If it's true,
Right.
total weight is greater than 1,000. Can we say 14 and are we done?
Yes.
No, for
So-
AND you have to do one more test to make
Correct.
it.
So in the second box, if it's an and in the second box, right? We don't say 14, we ask the second question, which we did
Okay,
in the,
I got it.
so
Okay.
rather than the third box, asking the second question, it's going to be the second box.
Okay. Okay, got it.
And then if it's false, okay, when we land here, we don't have to ask the second question because the first one wasn't over limit, and all of the criteria have to be over limit. We just say 0 in the third box.
So we will write in the third box 14 in the AND function, or we'll write 14, right?
In the third box, 0.
0.
It's a false. As soon as one or the other criteria is not true,
Okay.
it's done. It's a 0 because all the and A and D, all the criteria have to be over limit.
Okay. Got it. Thanks.
It might need a little bit of thinking, but it does work.
Mhm.
Any other questions? So that was the nested if. And again, you can have, I've seen in real life in the oil patch, a series of ifs in one statement. It does get complicated, and there are other ways to make it simpler. So I've seen like up to 10 ifs, and it does work. The trick would be to start with the innermost. When you see the formula, you start with the innermost bracket and work your way outward. But enough said. It's just a matter of giving it time and understanding logic. It's not real math, it's logic, and it's very precise.
Moyes, just a quick question. In this formula, when I'm trying to do the value if false, I
Yes.
seem to be getting stuck. It doesn't allow me to type in if.
Are you in the dialogue?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So tell me, what do you have in the first box, the logical test? Can you read that to me?
Yeah, I have C48 times D48 greater than equal 1,000.
Yes.
And then value if true, I have 14.
Mm-hmm.
And then value if false, that's where I start typing in IF. Oh, maybe now it looks like it's working. IF. And then if I do bracket.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like it's working now. Thank you.
You're welcome. So we're going to move on to table lookup. Okay. Let's open another file. Just a second here. Okay, the file is called generation table lookup. Generation table lookup. Are you seeing the file, all of you?
Yes.
Okay, so take a minute, read what it says. There is a table in column B and C. Okay, and you don't need to worry about what's written on the right. So basically, what generation would you belong to depending on what age you are? And all of us here today are all Gen Y, right? was just joking, but maybe it wasn't funny. Okay, we're going to type some data. Just go below the table and type some, we're going to type some names and ages. Okay. Just at random. Kazim, Salim, Ahmed, Sugrabai, Medina. Okay, ages, 59, 44, 51, 75, 16. Okay, I'll give you a minute to finish typing. So this is an example of table lookup. Okay, we have a table, the one above that says age and generation in yellow, 2 columns B and C. And we have the data below. The age, Tazim, is 59. So we are going to tell Excel to take that value 59, go to the table, match in the column B, age, and bring back the result in the adjacent column C. So 59 falls between 53 and 73. So would Tazim be baby boomer or silent? Anyone?
Baby boom.
Baby boomer is the right answer. We sort of kind of round downward. So in other words, you would not be silent Gen until you get to 73. So Tazim is 59. That would be baby boomer because it's 53 and over. So that's correct, baby boomer. Salim is 44.
Millennial.
But Gen X, you got it. All right, so let's do it. It's table lookup. So we are at the right of the age 59, wherever you typed your data. Okay, to the right, the cell to the right of 59 cell for Tazim. That's the cell where we are. Click there, formulas, and this time we're going to go to lookup and reference. Click, scroll down. Don't click yet. We are going to click, but not yet. We'll be using VLOOKUP. So if you point and read, you saw this before. Might sound a little complicated, but just take a look. So V as in vertical. There's also an H lookup as in horizontal. It just refers to how the table is organized. Usually it's 2 columns or could be 3 or 4 columns, but it's column wise like this one, 2 columns B and C. Usually, and then you need VLOOKUP. On the other hand, if it was 2 rows or 3 rows, like a transpose, okay? You can have a table which is row-wise in 2 rows. It's just transposed. Then you'd use H lookup. So click VLOOKUP. Okay, so we're in this one is 4 boxes. We are doing a VLOOKUP. A table lookup is 4 parameters or boxes. Okay, and we are in the first box that says lookup value. If you look below in the dialog, it defines what is lookup value. Okay, so basically it's asking where is the raw data, the source data that you want to match inside the table. So we click that cell that says 59, which is D10. D10.
Mhm.
Next box, table array. Read the description below. What is table array? Well, it's just the table, right? It's saying where is the table? Where do I look for the table? So we select or highlight the range for the table. And we start at B3, not B2. We do not include the column headings. Okay, we do not include the cells that say age or generation. We actually just go into the table data. Okay, so starting at B3, drag across and down, okay, through C7. That is our table. If you have any questions, do let me know. Does everyone have the file? I saw a comment in chat.
No.
Somebody did.
No, sorry, Moise, I don't have it. I don't have the file, and also I have a French screen. So if you don't mind, can you go back where we can find the VLOOKUP because I missed it?
Sure.
I don't
Does
have
anyone
the
else?
same- I don't have the same thing as yours. I see it on yours VLOOKUP, but I don't see on mine. Just a second.
Okay, to start with, does anyone not have this file called generation table lookup, which has the table basically in column B and C? We actually typed the data below manually. It wasn't in the file when you brought it up, when you opened it. Do all of you have this file up? Anyone?
I just put the file on the chat room, so if anybody wants to grab it, please do that.
Okay.
Somebody seems to be in the waiting room. Anyone not there? So once the file is up, you need to type those 5 names, Tazim, Salim, and so on, and their ages next to it.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute to catch up. Let me know if anyone is not there yet. Okay, I'm assuming you're there. So I'm at the cell to the right of the age 59 for Tazim. You might be at a different cell, depends where you typed your data. So yeah, we have the data, all the names and ages, the data, the source data, and then we're going to do a table lookup. And the result we expect for Tazim, as we saw, was baby boomer, whereas Salim is going to be Gen X. Okay. Formulas. lookup and reference category, not logical, lookup and reference. Scroll to the bottom, it's alphabetic. And as I mentioned, we're going to use VLOOKUP. If the data was in 2 rows, the table, then you'd use HLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP, click, lookup value. That is the source data. What data do you want to take and go to the table and match and get back the result? And that is the cell that says the age of 59. We click that cell. Then table array, second parameter box, saying where is the table? So we select or highlight the table starting at B3, not B2. We do not include the column headings. So click in the middle of B3, drag through C7. Column index number. Type the number 2. It's usually going to be number 2. Read the description below, column index number. So what it's saying is you parameter above in table array, you said where is the table? We defined, identify the range for the table. Now it's asking which column in the table is the result in. And it doesn't think in terms of column B, column C, column D. It thinks of first column, second column, third column. So the result is going to be in the second column, the generation. So the first column, age, is the matching column. And the second column, generation, is the result column. And that is the 2. So age would be column 1, and the result, generation, is column 2. So we've typed 2. Now, if you run into a table that has 5 columns and the result is in the 4th column, well, you type the number 2. There might be other columns with other stuff in between. Okay, so the last parameter, it says range lookup. Okay, look at the description. So there are only 3 things we can do here in the last parameter. For one thing, notice the name of the parameter, range lookup, is not in bold. The first 3 parameters are in bold, darker, written in bold format. This last one is not. So that indicates that it's not required, which means you can leave it blank. The other 3 above, you cannot leave them blank. They have to have something in the box. This one, you can leave it blank. So if you do leave it blank, or you type the word true, okay, either one of those 2 choices would indicate what we call an approximate match. And we're going to explain this. If you type the word false, then it means exact match. So it's referring to the table. And in an example like this one, where you have numeric ranges, 0 to 22 to 41, okay, it is going to be an approximate match. The table is saying that if the age is 0, or if it's 2, or if it's 10, or it's 21, it's all Gen Z. Okay, that's what it implies, which means approximate match. If you type the word false, it's going to look for an exact match, and 59 won't be found in that age column, okay? And it'll come back as an error. So in numeric ranges, you always go with approximate match, which means you leave this box blank, or you type the word true, mean the same thing, approximate. Now, example of exact match would be mostly text table. The source, the matching column would have text, like for example, in a different setting, the first column would have all the provinces, Alberta, BC, Ontario, and the second column would be the tax rate. That you could, normally would make sense to go with exact match, which would also catch typos if you get the point. And then that would work. So in numeric ranges, like this one, approximate match is what you need. And I'm going to leave it blank, or you could type the word true. Now the preview tells us the answer is going to be baby boomer for Tazim, and we know that is true. We go okay, and then we replicate, and it sort of worked, but we got an error. So what went wrong with the replicate?
It went down to the next column where there was no data, probably.
Not quite. So think about what we did earlier today, the menu and the tax rate.
We had to freeze actually the columns of picking up from B3 to only B7. So it
Very
went
good.
forward.
Very good. You have to lock or make it a constant or absolute reference for the table. Let's check. Let's go to show formulas. Okay. So if you look at column E, the D10 changed to D11, D12, going down the column correctly. Those are the different ages of the source data for Tazim, Salim, Ahmed. The second parameter, B3, B7, was the table. And when it be replicated, it added a number. So B3 became B4 and then C8, B5, C9. So it is as if the table is moving when it's not. It is in one place, it's a constant, just like that 5% in the menu. So we have to lock the table reference, the B3, C7. That's the only issue. And so what we need, instead of B3 colon C7, we need to type or indicate or bring up to say $B $3 colon $C $7. So dollar, 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 dollar. That's what we need. I'm going to switch off the formulas and I'm going to undo a couple of times. Back to square one, okay, and start again. Look up and reference. VLOOKUP. Do you need more time to catch up? I might be going a little fast at this point. Are we okay?
Yeah.
Nevin, are you okay?
Actually, sorry, it's no, sorry, my formula, somehow I didn't get it right.
So we're doing it again.
Not even from the first one.
First one being what? The menu thing?
Yeah, the manually, the VLOOKUP. I don't know how.
Sorry, when you say the first one, what are you referring to?
The 59, exactly here.
Okay. So we're doing it again. Okay, we are doing it again.
Yeah, please.
You can undo or delete what you got or go escape if you're in the middle of it, of the setup.
Okay. Escape, yeah, okay.
And we are starting again.
Okay.
Are you with me now? You see the parameters, the boxes, 4 boxes?
Yes.
All right. So lookup value is the cell which says 59. Click that. In my case, it's D10. Yours might be slightly off. Then table array. Okay. So what it should say in the second box, table array, it should end up with $B $3 colon $C $7. You can type all that, you can, but you don't have to. Did you understand that we need 4 dollar symbols for the range? This time it's a range. It's not just one cell, which would need 2 dollar symbols, one for the column, one for the row. So you could, again, type in the second box, $B $3 colon $C $7. And that would work, but I'm going to show you a shortcut. I'm just going to drag the range as before, right? We did this before, B3 colon C7, okay? And then I'm just going to press the F for the function, F4 key. It puts the $$ for you, all $4 symbols. The same shortcut we talked about earlier. So either you can type it manually or you can just click and press F4, function F4. Any question so far? So the rest, column index number, we said was going to be 2, and most of the time it's going to be 2. And it's asking which the column, is it the first column in the table or the second column or any other column which has the result. So the first column is always going to be the matching column, can never be 1. So usually it's going to be a 2, but if the table has many columns and the matching column could be a 4th column, then you type 4. And lastly, range lookup with numeric ranges, as we discussed. It's going to be approximate match, which means you leave it blank or you type the word true. But if you wanted exact match, and it won't work if you do exact match here, you would type the word false. So exact match would work with text table lookup. The matching column would have text, like as in a province, the provinces, or some product codes, which are text, letters, not numbers. Okay, so that is it. We go okay, and we replicate and we check. Did it work?
Same thing.
You didn't get it?
No.
Okay.
Although I
Okay.
have exactly the same thing as you. It's bizarre.
Okay. Click in the first box. Click on the cell to the right of the cell that says 59 for Tazim.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the answer you get? You get baby boomer?
No, not even. I get a non-applicable, like a
Okay.
symbol that says there's an error.
Okay, go to that cell and then click FX. The first button
Yes.
on the ribbon, top left, bring back the dialog.
Yeah.
And read to me what you have got in each of the boxes.
Let's start with D. You have D10, I have D9.
And that is the cell you have typed 59, yeah? Is that the cell that contains the numeric value 59?
Maybe this is where the mistake. No, it doesn't. Okay, D9.
Okay,
D10,
all right.
D10, actually D10. I have the table exactly the same as yours.
Table is the same. It's just where you typed
and your dollar signs, yeah. The 2 column in index, and then I have in the last one I have false.
False, yeah. That's why it wouldn't work. So that's what I was trying to say.
Sorry.
You need the last parameter, range lookup.
Oh yeah, it works. You're right. It works.
Okay, good.
Merci.
False would apply to usually text-based lookup column, the first column.
Okay,
like
sorry to
provinces.
everybody else. Thanks.
All good? Okay, so if you got that right, you're ready for the next example.
Muksat, can I ask something really quickly, please?
Sure, yes.
When we have more than one tab, like for example, right now we're looking at one tab, right? And say that I have same tab, but I have also another one where this is my data where everything is typed, but I am pulling it somewhere else. Are you going to touch on that at all today?
It is the same idea. You're talking about the sheets, the worksheets at the bottom, yes?
Right.
And so you could have the source data, like the names Tazim and so on one worksheet,
Yes.
and then another sheet would have the table. Yes, absolutely, it would work. Let's see if there's time in the afternoon, or maybe the next example will work. I can explain there as well. The answer is yes. You just, when you come to the second parameter, and that said range, table array, yes, the second box, you would click inside the box, so cursor's in there, and then you would switch to the worksheet at the bottom where the table is, and then you would drag the range in that sheet and it will work. It'll come back and it'll know, it'll tell you, yeah, it's the table is in that second sheet, and you'll refer to the second sheet by name. So the answer is yes.
So if there is a little bit of time left at the end, can we quickly touch on this? Because I just want to see how that is done. And this example may just work, right? I was thinking something slightly different, but for my purposes, any data is sufficient to do what I want to.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it right here. Okay.
Okay.
It's going to be extra charge.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to back out and I'm going to move the table to another sheet. Okay. So I'm going to select the whole table, right click, cut. And at the bottom, I'm going to click the plus sign to go to a new sheet. And I'm going to paste it in the second sheet. Okay. Is that what you had in mind? So when we go to the first sheet where the data is and the table is not here, is that what you were thinking? Yes? No? Sorry, I can't hear you. I'm not sure who I was talking to.
Yes, that's correct. So when I come here, my table is on another tab, right? On another
Good.
sheet.
Yes, so you did that, right? You did that as well, yes?
Okay. So
Okay,
now,
so then, just as we did before, we go to the cell to the right of the age 59, formulas, lookup reference, VLOOKUP, same as before, and the lookup value, same as before. We click the cell that has 59, then we click inside the second box, table array. Make sure the cursor is in there, and switch to the second sheet where the table is, and select or highlight the data in the table, not the heading, not the cell that says age or generation. And when you do that, notice it said sheet 2, or you could have a different name for sheet, and an exclamation mark. So it's saying the table array is in a different sheet, and the range is what it says, A2 through B6. Okay, and at this point, I would press function F4 and get my $dollars in there.
got it.
Got it?
Yep.
And then just column index number is 2, go OK, and replicate. There it is.
Yes. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, I think we need to take a break, a lunch break. We'll be done at 3. We have a fair bit of agenda to cover. Would 20 minutes work, or you need 30? Which one?
30, please.
30? All right. So I'll see you in 30, and we will do another example of table lookup, and then we'll move on to text functions and then to conditional formatting. So by 6 or 7 o'clock, we should be done. No, just kidding. Just kidding. 3 o'clock.
We might as well say dua. Thank you.
Why not?
Yes.
Thank you. See you later.
Bye.
Around 1:30 then. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you everybody had a good lunch.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so Muksab, you can take over again.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Open a file called ifco, if-co. Okay, is everyone on track?
Okay, I have uploaded the file on the chat room if anybody wants to don't have it.
So you should be seeing on my screen sharing ifco, if-co. Okay, so let's click the cell E14. E14. To the left, product code FP. And above that is a table. FP stands for fresh produce. So we want the description fresh produce at E15. And then likewise, E16, FS should say fresh seafood. So it's a table lookup. Okay, I want you to try this. Go ahead. Now notice we don't have numeric ranges. Okay, so yeah, it's text. The first column in the table is text, not numbers or ranges. Go ahead. Let me know when you're done in chat, please. I see some of you got it done. Who needs more time?
Just 1 second, please.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. It works for the first form and not for the others.
Yes, there's a bit of a twist, and I'm going to talk about it.
Okay.
It's to do with that the fourth parameter, okay, where you can have a blank, true, or false. That's the hint.
So is the idea that we're filling in column E and filling in column H?
Column H? No, we're working on column E.
Oh, just column E.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you can think about column H for sure. We are going there next. Okay, let's go for it. So I'm at E15, and it is a table lookup. So we have the table above and the data below. At E14, formulas, table lookup and reference, VLOOKUP, lookup value, that's the source data. We click D15, the product code FP, table array. Okay, so we select or highlight from B10 through C13. Now, notice when I selected, it said product, right? Table array, product. So you know what this is about. The previous example where we locked the generation table, we did $, $, okay? And then in the earlier example, menu items, at 5%, we did it two ways. We did $, with or without the F4 shortcut. And the second way was to name the cell in the name box. So likewise, you can name the table, and that is what is done. I'm going to cancel for a moment. And when I go to in the formulas tab, name manager, remember we saw this earlier when we typed the name tax in that earlier example. If we click name manager, it shows us the name product, okay, refers to, so if you look at the refers to B10, C13, do you see that with the $? So somebody went and did it for us. What they did was they selected the table or highlight like we would, and then go to the name table and name it product. So what does that mean? Well, we don't have to worry about the $, because you know when you name a cell or a range that you want to fix, hold constant, to make it absolute, so that when you replicate, it doesn't change reference. You can name it, and it's done for us. So we don't have to do the $. It's done for us. So again, back to the beginning, E15, formulas, lookup reference, VLOOKUP, and then lookup value is that cell which says FP in D15 table array. I can select, as I did before, the range, and it's at product. So I know it's been named, therefore it's locked. We don't have to go $. I'm going to cancel, I'm going to delete that for a moment. So table array, the table is right there, and I highlighted it or selected it, and it gave me the table name, the range name. Now, as we spoke before lunch, what if the table was somewhere else? Okay, so let's say the table was somewhere, maybe 10 sheets forward or somewhere there, and yes, you can go and find it, which sheet, and then select the range. On the other hand, if you know the name, and suppose somebody told you that the table is there somewhere, and it's been named, the range, the table range, it's called product. If you know the name, then right now where we are in the second parameter table array, when we are there, if you look in the ribbon, okay, the only thing that's available that's not grayed out is use in formula, okay, use in formula. So when I click that, it gives all the named ranges. And remember, somebody told us that the range we need, the name is product, we select that. So we don't even have to go find the table if we know the name. It can be anywhere in any sheet. Any question what I just said? Okay, so the rest, column index number 2. And here, the choices are blank or true, which means approximate match, or the word false for exact match. And as I mentioned earlier, if the matching column is text, the best thing is to do is to go exact match. these are not ranges, and also exact match will catch some typos. So if somebody instead of FP type FS, or rather FX, which is not in the code, it will give you an error, and it's an error check. So I'm going to type the word false to say exact match. Okay, and go OK and replicate. It's done. Any question? There is more, but any questions? So you could have done it as approximate match, but you run into a twist. I'm going to undo, start again. Actually, let me redo and just bring back the dialogue. I hope you're with me, not too confused. So what we did worked, and I'm gonna just want to talk about this last parameter range lookup. So instead of false, if I leave it blank, or I can type the word true, you know that means approximate match, okay? What would that do? Okay, so will it work? Will it not work? Well, it'll work, but there is a twist. I'm going to go okay. So it found fresh produce. When I replicate, I run into trouble. I get some errors, okay, NA, things like that. So what happened? Well, what happened is if we look at the table, product code, okay, below that there's FP and then FS, PG, and BG. Is it sorted? The answer is no. So if you think of that other example where we had the ranges from age 0 to 22 would be a certain generation, and 22 to 44, whatever the case may be, that that column, the first column, matching column, if it is an approximate match, it has to be sorted. Okay, so you can't have, for example, in the generation table, you can't say 0 to 22 is a certain generation, and then 55 to 95 is another generation below that, and then below that 25 to 33 is out of sequence, it's not sorted. It will not work in an approximate match situation. But for exact match, like we did here before, and it worked, it does not have to be sorted. So the point is, if you wanted to use approximate match, you would have to sort the table first.
I use my laptop.
Sorry? Okay, so I hope that kind of made sense. Any questions? Okay.
Sorry, Moyes. Sorry, I was on mute. Moyes, can you go back to the product? You know, when I was selecting the range, it did not give me the product table.
You probably selected or highlighted starting at B9
Yes.
instead of B10. We do not include the column headers. The cell that says product code, product description is not part of the actual table. It's just a descriptive. So you start the range for the table array at B10, not B9.
All right. All right. Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, let's do a quick one here. Again, this is kind of a bit of a challenge, but let's give it a try. I'm just debating whether I want to go in there. It'll take about 10 minutes and try to budget my time. Okay, you tell me, anyone, don't speak all at once. Do you want to kind of continue one more example here, a bit more challenging, or you understand table lookup enough and we can move on to text functions? And give me some feedback, please.
Can we continue with the commissions?
Oh, you do? Okay. Anyone else has any comment? All right, let's do it.
Yes,
Click
that would be good. That would be good to continue. Thanks.
to continue with this commissions, right? Or
Yes.
to continue into another function? Which one?
No, the commission.
Okay, you asked for it. So let's do it. It's a bit of a challenge. We are at age 15. There is total sales of 225,000 to the left. And to the left more, it says AB for territory, Alberta. Yeah. And notice as you scroll down, it's sorted by territory or province. Alberta first, then BC, then Manitoba, and so on. Okay. So commission, we need to go to refer to commission table, the second sheet at the bottom, and there is the table. So you can see that each province has a different commission rate for different ranges, amount of sales. So it can get a little tricky. So for example, if we switch back to the first sheet, we are at age 15. Province is Alberta. Sales is 225,000 plus. We go to the commission table sheet. Alberta 225,000 would be 2.25%. Okay, so the commission percent depends on the territory or province, as well depends on the amount, the ranges. Okay, so going back to age 15 in the first sheet, commission, what you want is to do a table lookup, and you want to look up for Alberta. Okay, and then you have to look at the amount, and the table lookup should come back with 2.25%. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to try this. It is a bit tricky, no doubt. So see if you can kind of keep it simple, and I'll give you a hint. Don't try and, it can be done, but don't try and do it in one shot for all the provinces or territories. Just take Alberta first and deal with that to kind of make it simpler, and then you could do the same thing for BC and so on. Go ahead. Anyone done? Okay, you know what? If you had more time, I'm sure you could figure it out. It is a little tricky, but when you kind of take it logically, you have more time to set it up, you can, I'm sure you can do it. But let's just see how one way to get it done. Now, it can be done in one shot for all the data, all the provinces, but we're going to cut it down to just Alberta for now, and it is sorted by territories in column C. So let's say we're just concerned about Alberta. One thing maybe we can do is we will create what's called a helper column. So we're going to insert a column, an intermediate step. So in H14, we will say that's commission percent. And in I14, we will call that commission amount. We just added a column, a helper column, to make it easier for us. Okay. So I'm at the cell H15, and what I need is a percent. Once I have the percent, then for commission amount, it is total sales times percent, commission percent. So it's going to be easy. So the tough part here is to make sure we get the percent right. And again, we are just dealing with Alberta for now. So let's do it. Table lookup, VLOOKUP. And the lookup value is the total sales in G15. Table array. Click there, and as we did before, we switch to the second sheet, commission table. Okay. And we select the table. Again, the table range is from B5, not B4, to F9. And when we do that, again, we are in luck. Somebody already named it for us, so we don't have to do the $, or the F4. Somebody named this range, the name commission. That's nice. Then we go to column index number, right? So what column, if we go back to the table, the lookup, the matching column is always the first column, okay, which is the column B. The range is 0, 250, 350, 1,000, and so on. And we're dealing only with Alberta. So what is the column index number going to be? Is it going to be 2, 3, or 4? Which column is that?
2.
So this time it's not 2, it's a 3. Because the first column, column B, is column 1, BC is column 2, and we're just looking for Alberta right now, is the third column. So we type column index number 3. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And then range lookup. What is it going to be? 0 or true, otherwise false? Anyone? Is it going to be approximate match or exact match?
Exact match.
Match. But because we're dealing with numbers, maybe a 0?
The match.
So no, there was a 50-50 there, and it's not exact match, it's a approximate. Remember numeric ranges. So if you look back into the commission table, the column B, the matching column, the first column, is a range, 0 to 250, 250 to 350. Those are ranges. So if you have 100,000, okay, in your source data, and it comes to the table, if you say exact match, it will not, there is no 100,000 in that column B, the first column, it'll give you an error. So when there are numeric ranges, just like the generation, the ages from 0 to 22, and then to 33, numeric ranges, it must be approximate match, which means I have a blank or the word true. So that's what we need. as opposed to the text one where we had the product code, FP and so on. Text-based, then you can go false is the best idea, best plan. So I'm going to leave it blank, or you can type the word true. And notice where I'm pointing, it gives us a preview. It's going to give us the result is going to be 0.0225. It's a decimal, which means 2.25%. And that is correct for our first cell, the target cell. I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to replicate. Any questions?
And when do you use the zero then? We saw the true, we saw the false, and then you have the zero value. Where do you use it?
Zero? I didn't, not in that box. I'm trying to think, where would I use zero? No, in that fourth parameter, there's only 3 options. When you click inside the parameter and read the description below. Okay, let's go back there. So the last parameter says range lookup, and it's not in bold, which means you can leave it blank. Read the description. It says you can either leave it blank, okay? If it's omitted, it is true or omitted. So true or blank means approximate match, and that's what we want this time. Whereas exact match, you have to type the word false. So I'm not sure where you saw the zero.
No, okay, I misunderstood. So when you don't put anything, it means it's equivalent to a true then.
Correct. That's what the description is saying. A blank, or the word true mean the same thing, and they mean approximate match, which is what you require for numeric ranges, like the dollar amounts that we saw, like the age ranges that we did before. Whereas if you type the word false, that is best for, that means exact match, and that is good for text matching, like the codes, text, letters, not numbers, or it could be provinces, and you need the text rate adjacent to it.
Okay, yes, thanks.
So you're welcome. So we're gonna go okay, and notice it's rounded to 2 decimal places. If you want, you can select that, and you can go to the home tab and go increase decimal. Okay, so it makes more sense. Okay, and then amount. So how is that? How are you going to do that? What is that calculation? Commission amount. So is it a plus, minus, multiply, divide? It is a multiply. What
multiply.
And what by what? Well, total sales by commission percent. So we go equal, total sales is G15 times H15 is the rate, control enter and replicate. And then you can select that range and go dollar symbol. It will round it off to 2 decimals. Now, I did the whole thing. I shouldn't have done that. I was just going to do it for Alberta. So I would have selected the range. Sorry, I'm going to go back. Okay. And this time I replicate not by double click, but I click and drag, and I look on the left, and I stop when Alberta ends and BC begins, because we're just breaking it up with provinces. So these are the right amounts for Alberta, and then the dollar symbol, and that's it. So you have these files, and you should try this after today, practicing, and see how it works. But any quick question at this point?
Moise, just a quick question about product description, column E. So
Yes.
in order for us to avoid getting the NAs and those errors,
Yes.
in our VLOOKUP dialog box, we would type in false as the last item, and then it would help us to get all of those product descriptions clearly sorted out.
Exactly.
In the range lookup, we type in false.
Yes, exactly. So the best practice, the best way to go is when your matching column, for example, the product code column, column B, if it is text, not numeric, okay, then go false. with that, you get exact match for one thing, and any typos will bring an error so it can be corrected. And number two, it does not have to be sorted. So you notice the product code FPFS in the table, PG and BG is not sorted. BG is at the bottom, should be at the top. We don't need to sort it with exact match, and exact match works with text lookups. When you have numeric ranges, like the ages or the sales amounts, ranges, it must be approximate match, and it has to be sorted. Okay, it has to be sorted, and it has to be approximate, because otherwise everything in between won't work. So if it's from 0 to 250,000 is 2.2%, and you have the source data coming in at 100,000, how are you going to match it? If it's exact match, it won't find it on that first column. So it has to be approximate in the ranges.
So false is equal to approximate?
No, the other way. False is exact. Read the description below where I'm pointing. Exact match is false.
Okay.
So numeric, go approximate match with blank or true. But it has to be sorted, the first column. Whereas text, like codes and provinces, you can do it with approximate, but it's so much easier just go false, exact match. That way you don't have to have it sorted. It will work regardless, and it will catch errors, typos. Any more questions? Okay, we're going to go back to the first file we opened, and that's called Excel Exercise Workbook. We're all good? Excel Exercise Workbook, and switch to concat worksheet at the bottom. Concat. Click the cell D2. So we're now going to talk about text functions. This is one prime example. What we want in D2 is Linda Jones to join, to combine into one cell. Okay. And that is the text function called concat. In the new versions, it was called concatenate in the older versions. So we go formulas. We are at D2. We go formulas, text, concat or concatenate. And so it's asking, where are the pieces that you want to join or combine? So the first piece is we click B2 for Linda. And we have to use separate boxes for different pieces. Text 2 box, we click Jones, A2 for Jones. And it opens more and more boxes if we need them. But let's just go OK and replicate. It worked, yes, but we want a space in between. So undo once, go FX. Bring up the dialog. So the text 1, the first one is fine for the first name Linda in this case. Text 2, delete that, we need a space. How do you indicate a space bar? So we can press the space bar, or better still, put it in double quotes so there's no confusion. Double quote, space bar, double quote. Or just space bar by itself might work as well. Then text 3 is the cell A2 for Jones. We click OK, replicate. Any questions? There's more. Any questions? Say so. Undo, back to square one. We are at D2. And this time what we want is in D2, we want Linda space Jones as before, right?
Sorry,
Linda,
Moise, can
yes.
you just back up a little bit and just, what are we trying to do in this concatenation? What's the purpose of this?
Concatenate means to join, okay? So in column A, we have last name, like Jones. Column B, we have first name, like Linda. And we might want to join different pieces, different content in different cells in different columns. So what we want in D2 in one cell, D2, we want both the first name and the last name with a space in between. So
Okay,
that
thank you.
we're joining or combining two different columns into one.
Okay, great.
Okay, so
Thanks.
this time what we want is, so it's, you know, to carry on with that example, it could be that HR wants a list with the first name, last name together in one cell, not separated. For some reason, they want it in one cell, in one column, as an example. So this time, what we want is the same beginning, and we're going to add the status. So in D2, what we need, as before, Linda space Jones, followed by space dash space contractor. So the result we want, Linda space Jones space dash space contractor. So let's do it. Text function, concat. The first piece, as before, we type V2 for Linda, and you can see on the right, it interprets that correctly, Linda. Then text 2, as before, we want a space with or without double quotes. Text 3, as before, we click A2 for Jones. Then we go to text 4. So the rest of it, give it a try. So we want Linda, space Jones, space dash space contractor. So as you go from box to box, you open more boxes, and you could even have a scroll bar on the right. If you're done, let me know. Anyone need more time? Okay, so the rest would be, so we said for first name, space, last name, then a space, dash, space. So you can, if you wish, in text 4, do just the space within double quotes or without. In text 5, you do a dash or a hyphen. In text 6, you do another space. In text 7, you click on C2 for the status contractor. But since the space dash space is a constant text, you can do it combined in one box. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do double quote, space, dash, space, and double quote. It's just constant text. You don't have to split it up. You can, but you don't have to. And finally, text 5, contractor is C2. Okay, replicate. Any questions? Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more. Undo, back to square one. And this time IT needs email addresses. So everyone here in this list works for, has the email address ending with @iicanada.org or .net, whichever you want. So the first one is going to be linda.jones@iicanada.net. So this is net or org? Regardless, either one is fine.
No, it's a net.
Net, yeah. So either way works. So again, go ahead, do it. We want Linda dot or period Jones at.
The website is org, but the email is net.
Okay. And this is just an example, so it's irrelevant, but it's good to know. So text, concat. Okay. And I'll give you a couple of minutes. But again, we want email addresses. So the format is going to be first name, Linda, dot or period, last name, like Jones, at iicanada.net. Who needs more time? Okay, so I'm going to complete it. Yeah. So Nevin, do you kind of understand why somebody would want to do this kind of thing? Not really.
Very
Okay.
nice. Actually, it's really nice, this functionality.
Okay. So you don't have to do this manually. In the past, you have to do this so painfully. It's just so easy to combine, to join. So if you have a list of employees, first name, last name, and you want to create an email list with the same suffix at iicanada.net, well, it's so easy to do concat. So let's do it.
Would you make a new column and add in II Canada as like a reference point?
You could, sure, but it's not necessary because if everyone is iicanada.net, then it's not necessary. If they are different, suffix, the rest of it, .org, .net, if they're different companies, sure, you need a intermediate column. But if they're all in part of one company, one organization with one format and the same iicanada.net, it's not necessary to create a helper column.
Thanks.
So text 2 within double quote, a dot or a period, and double quote, and then A2 for Jones, and then the rest, the suffix, the second half, is all constant. Everybody is going to be at iicanada.net. So I'm just going to type that within double quote at the whole thing, iicanada.net, and double quote, and it's done. Okay. So one more, and this is going to be a nested function. HR or IT rather being IT, okay, try being picky about IT. Anyway, it's just an example. What they want, they said, thank you, this is good, but we want everything in lowercase. So you notice that the first letter of the first name is uppercase L for Linda, and J for Jones is uppercase. They want the whole thing in lowercase. So guess what? There's a function called lower. Okay, so we're going to be using two functions like the nested if. We have two ifs in the nested if. This one's going to have a concat and a lower, two functions, two text functions. We're going to undo a couple of times. And before we do that, the whole thing, let's break it up. Go to E2. And in E2, all we want is what's in B2, Linda, but all lowercase. So the letter L also has to be lowercase, and the rest is already lowercase. So again, in E2, all we want is B2 or Linda, lowercase. So we're not joining yet. We're just talking about one cell, one item. How do you make it lowercase? Well, you use the function called lower. So you go to text, lower, point and read, screen tip. Click, then click the cell B2 and go OK, and it's done. Okay, we converted the content of the cell B2, the whole thing to lowercase. Well, everything was lower except the first letter. Now everything, including first letter, is lower. Undo that, so it's gone. Go back to D2. So we are going to be joining. So concat is the driving function. We need that to start with, but inside that, we need to go lower. So text, concat. Now we want the first item is the first name, Linda, but it has to be lowercase. So just like we typed inside the box, the if, here we type lower, which is a function, as you saw. And as soon as you type name of a function, what do you do next? You open bracket. Okay. And then what? What do we want to make lower the first item, the first piece?
We select the
Yes?
Linda. We select Linda.
B2, you got it, and close the bracket. And you can see on the right, it tells you the result, which is correct, lowercase Linda. Text 2, same as before, double quote, dot, or period. I want you to carry on with text 3, see if you can finish it.
Okay.
And when you're doing this, as you're doing it, keep an eye on the formula bar. See how the formula is evolving. Who needs more time? Okay, so I'm going to finish it. Text 3, again, lower. Open bracket, A2 for Jones, close bracket. And then text 4 within double quotes, whatever it is. I'm not just bothering to type the rest of it, and go OK. And oops, I missed the add, sorry. Might as well do it correctly, right? Add.
So Moise, does this mean that every time we are not referring to a cell, so whether it's a space, an at, so anytime we reference anything other than a cell, we have to put quotation marks around it?
If it's text, if it's numeric, no.
Okay.
Right? Remember we did those ifs and we had different values like $14 or $0 for delivery.
Right.
Numeric values, you don't want double quotes, otherwise it won't work. It'll make it text. It might work, but it won't do calculations further down the road. So the short answer is if it's text, within the dialogue, the boxes we have, it will probably work, but as best practice, use double quotes for text, anything that's not numeric value.
Okay, thank you.
That includes a dot, there's a space.
Somehow it does it automatically when you press the enter. If you don't put the quotes, it does it automatically.
So if you use quotes, you have to have two quotes, one at the beginning, one at the end, or just don't use quotes at all. And that should work usually inside the dialogue. But if
Yeah,
you were
it
to create
does.
your own formula starting with the equal, as we tried it with the if earlier, then you do need double quotes. When you go comma and then you type okay, not okay, that way you need double quotes. It probably won't work without.
Right.
But if you use double quotes, you have to balance them at the beginning and then again at the end of the text that you are referencing.
And then to make a hyperlink, where do you go for that?
Well, that is another function where you can, just like in Word, you can convert it to a hyperlink. Okay. Could be in the insert hyperlink. Do you know how to do it in Word?
In Word, yes, not in Excel. I didn't know. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll find it. It's all right.
Yeah. I expected these to become hyperlinks, but they didn't. Not sure why, because it does detect if there's an @ sign in the middle. It will assume it is a hyperlink. It's an email address. Okay, now we can go on and on. For example, IT comes back and says, now we have changed the format. We want a list of all the email addresses. And the new format will be first initial, last name at icanada ... So, and it has to be all lowercase. We won't do it right now, but just as an example, then you would have 3 nested ifs. So again, what we need is L Jones at icanada ... all lowercase. So how do you extract the first letter in that cell B2? It says Linda, we just want L. So there's a text function called left. Okay, so if we had more time, we'd do that, but just for your information, then you'd have nested ifs, 3 functions: concat, lower, left. And it would give you the answer that you were looking for, the example I just gave. So if it's okay, let's move on. Let's bring up the file called Welcome to Excel. Okay. Do you see are you seeing the file I have? Flash fill your data? Yes? Did I share it okay? Okay. So after going all through this concat business, okay, which was useful and at times when you need it, but starting the version 2013, so several years ago, they came out with a new feature called Flash Fill. It's like magic. It was one of the top two wow new features. So I expect you to say wow when you see it. So click C5, okay? And in C5, you want the first name, which is Nancy. And then in C6, it would be Andrew. And C7 would be Jan, and so on. You get the point. So it is, you can do this probably in Concat, but it might be tricky. But flash fill is also easy, and I'm sure some of you already know this. So type Nancy, the first one. It's like a template. It looks at the pattern. So Nancy is the first name we type. Make sure you spell it correctly. Press enter. Okay, and then go to the data tab on the ribbon toward the top right. Go flash fill. Did it work? Yes, no, wow, no wow. Any questions? Anyone not get it? You probably knew this.
Can we still do this with number and instead of name?
No.
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 Okay.
Okay. Undo, back to square one. This time, instead of first name, we want last name. So type Freehafer, make sure the spelling is correct. The last name Freehafer. Press enter. Flash fill. Did it work? Okay, you don't have to say wow, it's okay. Undo. This time we want last name dash company name. Okay, so we are back at C5, Freehafer dash fourth coffee. Make sure the spelling is correct. Okay, press enter, flash fill. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, very, very nice.
Mm-hmm. All right. So it's not tricky. It's just a feature that often people are not aware of, and they've been using Excel for a while, but never really saw this or needed it. But it's there. We're going to, we can close this file. And we're going to go back to that first file we opened, Excel exercise workbook. And let's make sure we are in the first worksheet called Spark Lines at the bottom. Spark Lines worksheet. So I did mention that we don't usually do charts and graphs in version 2, I mean in intermediate level. And we do it in the introductory course. Charts and graphs are not that difficult unless it's something really tricky, then it can take time. And it's fun, it's creative. Often it's not right or wrong, it's just how you want to present your data. So there's a time and place for a full-blown chart, which is in the Insert tab, but there is a time and place for mini chart, the trend line called Spark Lines. So just a quick one, if you wanted to do a full-blown chart, for example, let's select or highlight Okay, select or highlight A3 through G3. Those are the months. Then press and hold Control down. And let's select A6 through G9. We don't, in this example, let's say we don't want income to be included, just the expenses. And the row 3 has the months, the labels, we need that. Okay, so we're not going to spend a lot of time, but a full-blown chart, then you would go to Insert tab, and then in the newer versions, there's a recommended chart, like a template based on the data you select. It suggests some different chart types. So you could select here, or you could go to, on your own, go to like a column and go okay. And there are lots of things you can do here. You will notice charts are what we call objects, just like pictures, shapes, and so on. And when you are inside an object like we are with this chart, you get extra tabs at the top, chart design and format. Okay, so when you're inside the object, those tabs will be available. And there's, you can spend a whole day doing charts. Let's press delete. You go back into the chart and click inside the chart and delete it on the keyboard. So let's talk about spark lines, which are mini charts, which are useful for the trend. Okay, and they are quick two-step process and can be quite useful. Okay, so we are at H6. So we're in the row for supplies, and we have 6 months of data, January through June. Okay, and if you look at the data, it's 1,200, and then minus 500, then 3,000, and all the way to 3,850. We are in row 6. So we want a trend, so we can get a line graph or a column, or something called win-loss. You can get fancy pie charts here, but it's just for trend lines. So let's go to Insert tab. In the Spark Lines group, if you go past charts, there's this Spark Lines group, and there are 3 choices. If you just point and read, point at line, Spark Lines, line, and read the screen tip. So it's a mini chart, and the whole thing will be contained entirely in one cell. Okay, so it's a good idea to widen that column, which I did. So click line, and it's asking, where is the data range. So we select or highlight B6 through G6, because we're in row 6. And then saying location range, where do you want this spark line, this mini chart? We're already there, we clicked in H6 to start with. So it's saying H6, which is good, we go okay. And then we replicate. Yeah, that's a spark line. It was new in 2010, I believe, long time ago. It's a mini chart. So it's a little bit more, okay. So this kind of as a spark line can be useful when you're in a conference, in a meeting, and you're looking at several categories of expenses or departments, things like that, to see the trend. And you know, it really makes sense. You don't have to have a complicated, full drawn chart. Undo once, and let's go to H8. H8 for wages. Insert spark lines column this time, column. Data range, same thing, we're in row 8. So we go B8 through G8 and go okay. It's different type of spark line. One more, H9, click. insert, spark lines, win-loss. Again, the range, this time B9 through G9. Now notice we have a couple of negative data points in row 9, the one we're doing, minus 4,000, minus 1,000. So win-loss will show you one color. It's like a column, but not exactly. All the columns are same height and width. It's just different color. The positive numbers are all in blue. Negatives are in red. So if we go to the ribbon, oops.
Moye, sorry, is this what we call the waterfalls?
Not quite, no.
No, no, it's not the same? Okay.
No, yeah. Oops. Okay, so when you go to the ribbon, styles, chart styles, you click the more arrow, the down arrow, and if you wish, you can, at the bottom, select red and green to change the color. So green for positive numbers, red for negative. If we go back to the first one, click H6 on the ribbon, spark line color. Okay, make it dark blue, for example. On the ribbon, marker color. Marker is a data point. We have 6 months of data, so 6 markers. We can go to marker color, then markers, and choose red. So you get 6 red dots. Okay. Go back to marker color, low point. So we want to identify the lowest value in this range, and let's select black. So you'll see the second point, data point, is black, and it indicates, as we selected, the minimum value. And one more thing, if you wish, you can put a label right in here. So we are at H6. It's a spark line for supplies. Okay, we can put the label supplies right here in H6. So make sure it's H6 and just type supplies. Enter. Okay. And if you want, you can center it. So go back to H6 and in the home tab, you can kind of go center and use some font color and bold and so on.
Very nice.
Yes. So it's so handy. And I just did these 2 things, flash fill and spark lines, just to make sure everyone is aware it's there. It's not necessarily an advanced topic, but it's so useful. So we have a little bit time left, and we're going to dive into conditional formatting. There were other things that we could have done, but so normally when we had this kind of classes on Sundays in classroom, in person, we'll go from 10 to 4. But since this is remote, we thought we might try it a bit shorter, but still so we are going to do conditional formatting, but then there are a couple of other things. Like I mentioned, we did concatenate to join. The opposite is text to columns. I kind of pointed that out earlier. So that is the opposite. So if you're in one cell, in one column, you have first name, space, last name, and somebody needs it to be split up, first name in column A, last name in column B, that is text to column. So we won't have time to go there. And a couple other little things. I'm sure you're aware of the comment. For example, if you go to let's click on the cell A8. It says wages. Okay, and we want to make a comment here. We want to point out that the values for wages does not include the Ontario region. It does not include Ontario. It's for the rest of Canada. We right-click A8, right-click, insert comment. New comment, sorry. It's either insert comment, depending on the version, and then type BTW excludes Ontario, something like that. I'm kind of rushing through this, and press enter. Okay. So different versions work differently. All we're talking about is comments as you go, and you can format the comments, but we won't take the time right now to redo it perfectly. So let's go to conditional formatting. Switch to worksheet at the bottom. The second one, CONDFMT. Has anyone done conditional formatting?
Yes.
Okay. So it's, again, it's not hard to do, but you can go pretty complex and do some real complicated stuff. But this is simple. So what you're looking at is some students listed in column A with IDs and 5 tests and the marks from 0 to 100, and blanks indicate they skipped the test. Okay. So as a teacher, as principal, you might want to know, now we only have a dozen students and 5 tests. You could have hundreds of students and many, many tests. And what you want is get some sense of how the marks fell, what were the magnitude. In other words, whether some tests that had a lot of marks in the 90s and other tests that had very few or none. So you can, of course, stare at the data and come up to some conclusion, but it can be hard with a lot of data. So that is what conditional formatting is about. It may sound like an if function, but it's not a function. It's what we call a feature. So basically, there's a condition. If condition is met, it's not a calculation or a numeric value, it's just to format it. So for example, we're going to say if there's any mark that is over 90, format it with red fill color so it stands out. Okay, so let's start with select or highlight the data, all the marks, only the marks. So B2 through F15. In the Home tab, don't click yet, just point on the ribbon at the middle, conditional formatting, point and read the screen tip. Click conditional formatting, highlight cell rules. So we want to conditionally format cells that have values over 90. So greater than, and it gives us a preview. It said that, and it uses a number, it might be a mean or a median, number 60. So it's saying if you wanted to format conditionally cells that are over 60, then this is the preview. What you can see on the left, the red, red on red is what you would get. So we want over 90. We change the 60 to 90. And we'll stay with the default formatting. We can change formatting if we wish, but this one will stay with the red on red. Click OK and deselect, click outside the range. So it's so easy to now kind of conclude that test 1 had 5 marks over 90, whereas test 2 had none. and the other test maybe had 1. Okay, so it's easy to draw that kind of conclusion. Let's undo that. Undo. The range is still highlighted. Go back to conditional formatting. Top bottom rules. And we want to highlight the bottom 10%. Sorry, make it 20%. So bottom 20%. We select bottom 10%, change it to 20. And this time we'll change the formatting as well. Click the arrow and choose, for example, green on green. And click OK and deselect. So you can tell at a look, all the tests had some 2 or 3 students that were in the bottom 20%. And you can tell at least one student was in the bottom 20% 3 times. That's row 5. Okay. And another student was there twice, row 6. So I think you get the point. Let's undo. Conditional formatting. Color scales. Color scales. And it's live preview, so you don't have to click yet. You can go from choice to choice, a dozen icons, different colors and shades. Click the first one that says green, yellow, red, and deselect. So this is the big picture. Okay, so it's like the traffic light. Green is good, high marks. Red is danger, low marks. Orange is in between, and white is skip the test. The big picture. So you probably see a lot more greens in test 1, for example. But it's not just the colors, it's also shades. So if you look at the bottom left, the 100%, okay, are dark green, whereas maybe 83 is lighter green. So that shades as well can be quite powerful. Now you might wonder how it decided where green ends and yellow begins and so on. Well, it's an algorithm, a mathematical concept where it uses a kind of a center point and then works around it to come up with the right color and shade. But it can be tweaked and it can be useful to make certain point in your conclusions. So we're going to do that. We're going to select all the marks again from B2 through F15. Select all the marks. Conditional formatting. Manage rules at the bottom. Manage rules. So it tells you which rule. It's a graded color scale that we have. I'm going to edit rule. Okay. So you can see that the way it came up with the color result was it used as midpoint 50 percentile. So it took 50 as the middle point and then it used the algorithm to come up with the result that we're seeing. But we can tweak it and see different result with the colors. So for example, we're going to make it let's say we use the midpoint 30. You know how some professors grade on the curve and things like that. So this can be tweaked. Now, before we go okay, don't go okay yet. We're changing the percentile from 50 as the midpoint to 30. Are we lowering the bar or are we raising the bar? In other words, are we going to get more green or more red? Anyone?
More green.
Let's see. Go okay and okay. And you're right, more green. Now, by doing this, by tweaking this, you can see that we can then focus on the 4 red cells, okay? And kind of decide what to do about those 4 items. It could have been oil wells, production, daily production, number of barrels a day, and we need to shut down some wells because they're just not as productive. You can use this kind of conditional formatting and tweaking the midpoints to highlight certain requirements. So yeah, kind of about less than 10 minutes, I'm going to do another example of conditional formatting. Any questions? So, okay, let's go to another file. Conditional formatting demo. Okay. All right. We might have hundreds or thousands of records. Are you all with me? Conditional formatting demo. Yeah. So we might want to color all the rows which have category beverages as one color red, all the condiments yellow, and so on. So different colors for different categories. That's where we're going. So let's select the data from B2 through G at the end, where it goes. And we're going to say, we can do it several times. First time is say with beverages, make it a certain field color or font color or border, whatever you like in terms of formatting. And then if it's condiments, all the rows, all the records that have category condiments, a different color. So then what we do is we go to the Home tab, conditional formatting. And none of these predefined options work for us for this example, like cell highlight and top and bottom. We have to create a new rule. New rule. So there are 6 types of new rules. So the one we need here is going to be the last one. Use of formula. Okay. And this formula is going to have 2 equal signs, kind of interesting in itself. Click the box below. And you know how we start the formula. We always go equal. So type the equal. Then we click the first cell under category, which is G2. G2. We're not done yet, but when we clicked it, it made it absolute. It fixed it, made it a constant. So it says $G, $2. Now, if you remember when we were doing that 5% in the cell F2, where it was, we did want $, one before the column, one before the row, $2 signs. But there is such a thing as $sign before column or $sign before row, but not both. So are we, when we go $, we're locking the cell. It can't, when we replicate, it can't move row-wise or column-wise. But if we have, so for example, if you have G $2, it means remain in row 2, but you can go to other columns. In this case, we want it to be able to move downward in column G, but no other column. So we want to lock column G. Okay. If we do it once, it says G $2. So that's not the right answer. We're gonna go more. With G$2, we are locking the row, but not the column. That's the opposite of what we want. Go again, function F4. So the correct answer in this question, this example, $G2, which means remain in G, don't go to any other column when you go to the formula. But start at the row 2, so start at G2, and you can go down to G3, G4. So the rows are not locked, the column is. Then we go equals, and double quotes, condiments, and double quote. Click format, and select a font color or a fill color, and go OK, and go OK, and deselect. That kind of went a little fast. If you can just take a couple more minutes, do you want to try the same way? And this time equals beverages and choose a different color. I'll give you 2 minutes and then I'll show you. It's just kind of a review of what we did.
Was a quick question around the locking. So when I clicked, even earlier, when I clicked function 4, on my computer it actually is a different function and it put my computer to sleep. So is there a different way to use that function 4 that you've been referencing?
So different keyboards are configured differently, and Zul is the expert at this, so I'll let him answer if he's listening. Zul, are you there?
Sorry, what was the question?
Go ahead, ask.
So the question was, in order to lock the cells, there was a reference to use function 4, but on different keyboards that can mean something else. So on my keyboard, function 4 actually puts the computer to sleep. So is there a different way to activate the function?
So there is a FN key on your keyboard. If you look at beside the control,
yep,
and then you press F4. So you hold the function key and then you press F4.
Yeah, but that's actually from my computer, that's to put it to sleep.
Function F4?
Function F4. Yeah, it just did that again. I put it to sleep and I reactivated it.
Oh, okay, so then maybe function, then just 4 then.
F4.
Is it F4 or just 4?
The F4 key on the top row.
Oh, okay. I can try that.
So it depends on how your keyboard is mapped.
Okay.
Yeah, usually function key is usually function FN key on your laptop. If it's a laptop, if it's a desktop, there is no function key on the desktop.
I will try just the F4 button. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
Okay, just one quick one and we're done. And that is bring up a file called conditional formatting dynamic search. Okay, are you all there? Conditional formatting dynamic search. Don't ask me where this Trump came from. I have no idea. But anyway, the point is click the cell C2, the blank, the box C2. So it says type here what you want to search. So for example, if you were to type China, then all the Chinas light up with whatever formatting that you asked for, like red color and so on. And if you type India, then all the rows or items that are pertaining to India would be formatted accordingly. So that's the plan. Let's select the data. So from B5 through D whatever, then conditional formatting in the Home tab, a new rule, use formula. click the box below. And we always start a formula with an equal. Then click the box C2. And uh, it converts it to constant absolute reference, which is what we want. We don't want it to move around. So when we click C2, it says $C, $2, and that is what we want. Equals. Okay. Click the cell D5. Now, we don't want to be locked into that cell D5. We want it to be able to move downward. So I'm going to go FN function 4 twice. What we need is $D5, which means lock the column, stay in column D. So $D. And 5 does not have a dollar before it, which means it can move down to 6, 7, 8. So D5, D6, D7. Format. Choose fill color, font color, whatever you wish. And click OK. And click OK. Now in that box, C2, type China. And China lights up. Go back, type India. India lights up. Any questions? Again, you have all these files. You can practice. And so we covered a lot of ground. Some places we kind of went a little fast, I realized, but it's just a matter of reviewing and practicing. And we are available. If you email Zul, we can try and help you out down the road as well. And hopefully we might see you again in the advanced course whenever it's scheduled. I'd like to thank all the students, the participants for spending the time with us, and the co-hosts or helpers. Excellent job. Made it so much easier. They were right on top of everything. Amazing. And I sincerely thank all three of them. Wonderful job. And so I'll pass it back to Zul and Yali Madad.
Thank you. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Muksaib, Yali Madat, and excellent course. Very good information. Thank you, and bas may Mola give you all the strength for your seva and everything.
Amen.
Mola badi seva kabul kare badani. And thank you for everybody for participating. Today is a big day, whole day, and I'm very sorry for the beginning. We had some confusion of the link and everything and the registration. So please excuse us. This is our first time trial. So inshallah, next one we'll do the much better than that. So, and we're planning other courses too. So I'm sending a survey for this course to everybody who is came in today. Please fill up the survey and send it back to us. So then we'll know what your reactions are there. How do you feel about this course and everything? So please, anything else, let us know. And thank you, Moiz Mukhi, for narrating the whole thing, the class, everything. And it's gone way beyond our expectations. So, and everybody has learned lots of good things in there. And I know it was a little bit time consuming. We had extra hour to put it on there. I know some of you had to go. So, but that's all right. And I have the video recording. So if anybody wants it, I will send the video recording to you, but please don't share this video recording to anybody else. That's our request to you. I know you, the family members sometimes wants to learn, but this is private recording and we don't want to go on public or social media anywhere with recording, please. Okay. If anybody has some other questions to us or Mukesh Sahib, anybody, please stay on the line or just put it on the chat or send an email to me and we will try to answer everything if possible. I'm gonna stop here.